Radio with Jim Browdy and Marjorie Egan. Coming up next on GBH 89.7.
Funding for our programs comes from you and members of the GBH Champions and Beacon Circles. These most generous annual contributors lead the way in sustaining GBH as a public media resource available and free to all. Learn more at gbh.org/support.
If you're looking for grit, a little wit, and a whole lot of comfy knits, then you're in luck. Catch new episodes of Miss Scarlet at 8, All Creatures Great and Small at 9, and Bookish at 10. Sunday on GBH2.
This week on Under the Radar with Callie Crossley, Kendrick Lamar, Lady Gaga, and Bad Bunny top this year's Grammy nominations. Who will take the highest honors? Two music experts give us their predictions for this year's Grammy Awards. That's Under the Radar with me, Callie Crossley, Sunday night at 6 here on 89.7 GBH and the GBH app.
You're listening to 89.7 WGBH HD1 Boston. Online at gbhnews.org. GBH News. What matters to you?
I'm Jim Browdy, head on the 11 o'clock hour, BPR, live from the library. We keep the focus on ICE's cruelty and the Trump-caused national chaos through a parenting lens. How are you keeping up with daily results? Even as the country's politics are upside down, nationwide protests, economic and political uncertainty, killings. How are you navigating it with your kids? Please call or text.
I'm Marjorie Egan. Then it's our media analysis segment, Press Play, with our own media maven, Sue O'Connell. We'll talk about the so-called documentary about Melania premiere, Don Lemon's arrest, Barry Weiss' big CBS changes, and more. Plus, the FCC flirts with the return of the equal time rule. Whatever that means, it's all ahead. 11 o'clock hour at BPR and GBH and NEPM, live from the Boston Public Library.
Live from NPR News in Washington, I'm Kristen Wright. Senate Democrats and the White House have reached a deal to largely avoid a partial government shutdown. The plan separates 5 funding bills from a 2-week stopgap measure to fund the Department of Homeland Security. Democrats will not agree to a longer DHS measure because they want to negotiate possible changes to immigration enforcement. Homeland Security has been under scrutiny since federal agents killed 2 protesters in Minneapolis. NPR's Jimena Bustillo says Democrats are calling for reforms like body cameras, no face masks for officers, and transparent investigations into officer misconduct.
Democrats want to make it easier to pursue legal action against immigration officers and, quote, independent investigations into ICE and other federal enforcement misconduct. They say that the agency is not doing a good job of investigating employee misconduct. And DHS, which is involved in the recent killings, is now investigating itself in these instances.
Government funding expires at midnight. A short-term shutdown, though, at least through the weekend, is possible until lawmakers in the House and Senate vote. Independent journalist Don Lemon has been taken into custody by federal agents in Los Angeles. The arrest comes after the former CNN anchor covered a protest inside of a church in Minnesota last week against the federal government's immigration enforcement operations in Minneapolis. A pastor of the church is an ICE official. Lemon's attorney calls the arrest an unprecedented attack on the First Amendment. A second independent journalist who was at the church protest live-streamed on Facebook today. Georgia Fort said federal agents were at her door with an arrest warrant. A federal court has struck down the death penalty against Luigi Mangione in the killing of United Healthcare CEO Brian Thompson. A judge dismissed a federal murder charge against him in New York today, ruling the charge was technically flawed. The judge left in place stalking charges that carry up to life in prison. Mangione pleaded not guilty to federal and state charges. Thompson was shot while walking into a hotel in Manhattan in 2024. The U.S. continues to step up pressure on the Cuban government. NPR's Ada Peralta reports the White House is now threatening tariffs on any country that sends oil to the island.
The executive order from President Trump was tacitly targeting Mexico, which has become the #1 provider of oil to Cuba. The Trump administration had already tightened sanctions on Cuba, and it had already forced Venezuela to stop providing oil. At the same time, Cuban-American members of Congress announced they would ask the White House to suspend flights from the U.S. and block family members from sending remittances. At the moment, Cuba is facing its worst economic crisis in decades. It no longer has enough fuel for its power plants or even to run its trash trucks. Cuba says the U.S. is trying to squeeze its population into a popular rebellion, but President Miguel Díaz-Canel says they are ready to fight. Ada Peralta, NPR News, Mexico City.
This is NPR.
Good morning. With the latest from the GBH newsroom, I'm Henry Santoro. There is another winter storm coming our way, but it looks like not as much accumulation as the last one. National Weather Service tells us that the very large storm is passing offshore, but because it's so big, we still will feel its effects, especially on the Cape and Islands. About 8 inches of snow expected there beginning Sunday morning. Winds will be stronger than last weekend, Weather Service meteorologist Andrew LeCount tells us.
I don't think we're expecting widespread power outages, but it's certainly possible, and that may just has to do with just how much snow is currently still around, especially snow that's sort of caked on power lines or things like that. It's not intense winds, but it'll certainly be quite windy.
And there is a chance of coastal flooding and erosion with waves up to 20 feet. The New England Patriots head to Santa Clara, California on Sunday as they get ready for the bonkers week leading up to the Super Bowl on February 8th. The matchup has the Patriots playing the Seattle Seahawks with the halftime festivities handled by mega superstar Bad Bunny. The Pats are hosting a send-off party on Sunday morning at Gillette. Will feature speeches and appearances from Patriots coaches, captains, and alumni. And, of course, the Dropkick Murphys will also perform. While the event is free, registration is required, and you can get tickets online through Ticketron. Parking lots open at 8 a.m., gates open at 9 a.m. The festivities start at 9:30 a.m. Celtics host the Kings in the Parquet tonight. It is 9 degrees in Boston. This is GBH News.
Support for NPR comes from NPR stations. Other contributors include the Pew Charitable Trusts, sharing about the state of housing in America on the After the Fact podcast, available at pewtrusts.org/afterthefact, and the Doris Duke Foundation.
Hey, Jim Browdy. I am Marjorie Egan. You're listening to Boston Public Radio and GBH and NEPM live from the Boston Public Library and streaming at youtube.com/GBH News. In a little bit less than an hour, we're going to be joined here by Governor Maura Healey for another edition of Ask the Governor, taking our questions and yours. And we are going to start on Monday. We're going to be 11 to 1 instead of 11 to 2, and it'll be heard the 3rd. Mr. Curiosity Desk is going to have a show at 1, followed by Jared at 2. Hi, Jim.
Why are you guilt-ridden about going to 2 hours and I'm gleeful? What is the difference between the emotional reaction?
I'm happy. I'm very happy.
I'm
grateful. But yeah, I'm a guilty person in general, so it's one of those things.
Okay, so the abnormality of this current moment in American politics warrants a primal scream or two. But how do you regulate your own emotions when you have little kids looking to you for security and calm as they navigate the normal difficulties of just growing up? Kara Baskin's latest in the Boston Globe asks, how do you parent when you're feeling off-center yourself? We know ICE is active in our state, stopping people on their way to work and school. We're bombarded every day on social media and elsewhere with horrific images of ICE's murder and cruelty, images of Renee Good and Alex Pretty's killings, images of children like 5-year-old Liam Conejo Ramos, who apparently is not doing very well in Texas, detained while wearing a Spider-Man backpack. Can all feel mind-numbingly horrible and also surreal. More than 2/3 of Americans, this is in Kara's piece, rank world events and the news as their top source of anxiety, above finances, above climate change, even health. There's a lot going on right now, so we want to check in about parenting through uncertain times at 877-301-8970. That's our number to call or text. Are you talking to your kids about the current political environment or trying to protect them from the craziness by keeping them out of it? If you are talking to them, What are you saying to make them feel safe? If you're not talking to them, but they hear something and they broach it with you, what do? Do you take them to the protests, the strikes, like this afternoon, teach them to stand up against authoritarianism, or are you shielding them as much as you can, trying to preserve just an ounce of their fleeting innocence? The number is 877-301-8970. You can call or text.
The tougher thing, obviously, here is that kids are online and they have smartphones
Exactly.
at a very early age, so it's much more difficult than when my kids were little, and you could just lie to them and say, Mommy and Daddy will keep you safe and don't have to worry about anything, or say, well, that's not happening here in Boston, it's happening across the world, or something like that. It's much harder now, and I think it's much harder to hide your upsetness. I was just talking to my my freshman year college roommate last night, and she's beside herself. She's just beside herself. She's one of the people that's having to take breaks from the news because the news is breaking her down too much. The cruelty of it, I think that's the stuff that's hardest to explain to your children, the cruelty to other children.
How do you explain a little boy in that little hat that he was wearing, a little tiny kid, when your kid goes to you? I told you the story. I told you again this morning. I've said it on the air. But my younger daughter was in low single digits during the Lewinsky thing, and we're watching TV and I don't know if Clinton had said something, and my little kid, who's like about this tall at the point, walks in the living room and goes, "What did he do?" How to try explaining that one, by the way.
What did you explain, Jim? Did you explain?
I left the room.
Oh, you left the room. Okay.
The number is 877-301-8970. Can I talk about stress levels just for a second? And, if people are poo-pooing this notion, yesterday was a perfect example. Everybody's looking for a little bit of a break. And even though I am no fan of Tom Homan, he holds a press conference yesterday in Minneapolis saying they're going to de-escalate immigration operations in the state. Here's a little bit of what Homan had to say.
This is common sense cooperation that allows us to draw down on the number of people we have here. Yes, I said it, draw down the number of people here. And what we've been working on is making this operation safer, more efficient, by the book.
I don't know where the music came from, but regardless, even though I don't think it was nearly enough, as we discussed with Judge Gertner yesterday, there was a sense, well, at least we're unlikely to see the brutalization of people in Minneapolis. 8 hours later, to the premiere of Melania, which we'll discuss with Sue O'Connell in a little while, wherever the hell it was. Oh, at the Trump and Kennedy Center, of course. And remember, Homan says at a morning press conference, we're going to de-escalate. Here is his boss, the President of the United States, 8 or 9 hours later.
Will you be pulling back immigration enforcement agents out of Minnesota?
We want to keep our country safe. We'll do whatever we can to keep our country safe.
So, yeah, pulling back?
No, not at all.
So you're not pulling back? No, not at all. So if you're a normal person, and doubly if you're a parent, you're saying there's at least a little break in the action. The day starts with little hope, and it ends with Trump once again, Mr. Tough Guy, Mr. Bone Spur, saying, no, we're not de-escalating at all. I don't know how you do it, and I'm so grateful my kids are in their young 30s. As opposed to little kids, where you have to figure out how to deal with.
Now they know all about what Bill Clinton and Monica Lewinsky were doing.
Believe me, they do.
All about that.
Here's Jamie. Jamie just said, I've told you before, everything I learned about sex ed came from the reading of the Star Report on the radio.
So the most poignant story was, of course, out of Minneapolis, where parents there are in a real bind because they have little kids in elementary school, and the schools in Minneapolis, up to 40% of the seats are empty now because those children are children that were born in different countries, or they were born here and their parents are born in different countries, and they're afraid that their parents are going to be separated. And of course, the little 5-year-old Liam, the kid with the Spider-Man backpack and the little bunny hat, is a 5-year-old that remains in this horrible detention facility. I don't know why they just can't get that kid out of the detention facility and send him back to his mother.
Well, especially since the father apparently had applied for asylum.
They were not even illegal. They came in here under the asylum program.
Well, nobody's illegal, but I know what you mean.
Under Biden, they didn't just sneak across the border.
Right, yeah.
They came across, applied for the asylum program. So he's down there, and there have been reports that this private prison down there, that the water is putrid and there's bugs in the food, and the kid is sleeping all the time and lethargic. I don't know. So that's the problem for parents. this mother talked about how they had to cancel the Children's Theater Company production of Go Dog Go out of fear that there would be some interaction with ICE, and that this other person talked about how this little boy Liam keeps asking for his bunny hat. The little bunny hat that he wore when he was taken. And you know how little kids, 5 and 6-year-olds, 4-year-olds, they have their favorite winter hats. It's either Spider-Man hat or a little bunny hat or a little...
Did you hear Representative, I think it was Castro, interviewed on NPR, who visited the kid and the father? Said the kid's not doing well at all. The kid's not eating. His health is in decline.
That's the other thing. We're taking not just this kid, but there are other children. There's 2 5-year-olds that have been in this Dilley facility for 8 months, and as I said, mothers who are have babies and trying to mix the formula, the water's putrid, the food has. I mean, why can't we give people clean water and decent food? And
because cruelty is the point. Let me read 2 texts before we get to the calls. Anonymous texter: to keep my children upbeat, I make sure the radio is not turned to Jim and Marjorie when they are around. Well, that's probably a good advice. Anonymous texter: I am right now driving to see my daughter, as an older kid, in college because she needs a hug after all that's going on in the country. I was proud of her because she reached out and asked me to come. I plan to give her a big hug and tell her it's important to talk about this with us, friends, and trusted adults, because if you keep it inside, it's just going to snowball and get worse. I also plan to tell her it's important to exercise, get those happy endorphins in, as well as partake in hobbies that make her happy.
But part of me thinks we have just got to toughen up here. We're in an emergency situation, and I think you don't want to have your kids scared, but I'm getting a little tired of how horrible this is. I mean, middle-class white people have not really experienced this before, but if you're black or brown in America, I think you know all about getting pulled over by the cops or racial profiling and all those things.
Comparative pain, it's a little hard to say. Well, since others have suffered longer and far worse than
it's true.
I got to buck up. I mean, it's easy to say. It's not so easy to do.
Well, I think we should find a way to fight back big time because things are not going well.
By the way, Zoe, our colleague, just sent us a note. Can that woman come and give me a mom hug too? 877-301-8970. Janet Northampton, you're first. Hi.
Hi. A couple of things. I'm a retired child psychologist.
Oh, great. I'm glad you called.
And I would say that the way I let my kids and my grandkids know that I'm going to do everything in these years of my life to make sure that they are safe in the future. There is a lot we can do. The governor came out with a very powerful press conference yesterday.
Yep.
Legislation that needs everybody to call in and support, protecting schools, daycare centers, hospitals, houses of worship, and so on, courthouses. The other thing is our groups have an initiative to encourage our wonderful Attorney General Campbell to stand up in front of a camera and say that she will enforce state criminal laws against ICE when they break them.
Janet, if I may interrupt you,
make your kids safe.
I support everything you say, but if you listen to our show regularly, when the Attorney General was here a few weeks ago, her candid response with us was there's very little legally states can do other than educate people, tell them what their rights are. And the problem is the supremacy, and I use the term as a legal one, not a descriptive one, of the federal government in these matters is a real problem. We're going to talk to the governor at noon about her anti-ICE agenda.
I would say, Jim, that in all due respect to the Attorney General, that is not true.
Well, with all due respect, Janet, to you, she's the top law enforcement officer in Massachusetts. And if you pay attention in the news, we had Brett Smiley on yesterday, the mayor of Providence, who said the exact same thing. It is really tough. Why do you think the cops in Minneapolis, Janet, and by the way, I don't mean to argue with you. I wish what you said was true. Why do you think the cops in Minneapolis are not able to investigate the killings of Good and Preddy? It's because the feds have the ability to X them out. So we're with you in spirit, and I hope we're with you in law. Stick around. Our former Attorney General, now the governor, is going to talk about just that at noon. Janet, thanks.
Well, I think one of the bigger things, too, is that they don't they're breaking the laws all the time.
Even when the law is in place.
Yeah, we talked
right.
about yesterday that the ICE in Minnesota has broken, 96 court orders. They've just ignored
96,
them.
yeah.
And by the way, that guy, the former police officer, John, what's his last name? That's on CNN at night. He's great.
Miller.
John Miller.
It's fabulous.
Pointed out
from New York City.
There's a line that we've heard from the Republicans all the time. Well, if only they would cooperate with the people that are in jail. And he showed again how DHS has lied. He showed a video of these two bad actors that had committed bad crimes. He didn't delineate exactly what they were, but they were bad crimes. Violent crimes, the kind of people you want to send back home. How actually the prison system there in Minneapolis had cooperated with when these guys were being released from prison and they'd done their time.
Turned them over.
They showed them in the garage going away with ICE. And what DHS and ICE did out in Minnesota was lie about it and say they'd captured these two guys. They hadn't captured them. They had been cooperatively handed over to them by the prison authorities out there. So you can't really believe anything they say, and you can't trust that they're going to follow the law because they break the law and the courts had trouble. They broke the law on this Don Lemon thing, by the way. They're going to talk about later.
With Sue, yep. And Aaron in Hopkinton texts, father of two girls, given Trump's history with women, my wife and I have been heartbroken for a decade now, but we do everything we can to raise intelligent, strong, resilient children, which means honest discussion when tragic news breaks. I mean, the default, I think what the child psychologist said a minute ago, I think it was Janet, I'm not sure, assuring them as best you can that they'll be safe is important. But I don't know, as you say, with social media and that sort of stuff, I don't know how you can expect your kids not to hear some of this. So I think preemptively, you got to do exactly what that texter just said. What are you laughing about?
She's talking about we're depressing here at Boston Public Radio, talking about Trump all the time. I'm sorry, but it's a tough one to avoid, particularly this week. But I get what you're talking about because this is supposed to be a National Have Fun at Work Day, Jim.
Yeah, I'm having
fun yet?
I'm having a lot of fun. I have fun at 2 o'clock.
877-301-89.
By the way, can I respond to that text?
Because
you read part. We had two of those in the last couple of minutes. We talk every morning about how to start the shows. And we had a long conversation this morning about this. Do we give people a break? And I think our consensus is now is not the time. There's plenty. There's going to be beautiful music, and we'll have some frivolity before the end of the show. But this is a crisis time for this country, and I think we got to be a forum where you can talk about it. So that's the decision we made anyway.
Aaron in the car, thank you for calling.
Hi, Aaron.
Oh, wow, me. Hey.
Hi.
Hi, guys.
Hi.
I've been listening for a long time. I think it's the first time I actually got through.
I'm glad you're here.
But so I don't have kids, but I do want to say that it's important to relay the facts to them, but, kind of let them form their own opinions about things. Like, a lot, I know me, I'm passionate about all this stuff. I'm as disgusted as the next person. And I tend to talk about my political views and opinions as if they're facts. You know what I mean? But I think that's a good way to turn kids off to things, when they're just expected to have the same opinion as you. Yeah.
Well, you shouldn't force it on them, but I'm sure you've seen all the research, Aaron, where it's in the air. I mean, it's almost like by osmosis. Even if you try not to, give them the facts and let them form their own reaction or opinion about it, you're in the household, and it's hard. But I agree with you. We want kids to be free thinkers, and let's hope we can do that. Thank you, Aaron, for the call. We appreciate it. Glad you finally got through.
Here's an anonymous texter. My kids are at the age where they went through the first Trump term, then COVID, and now a second Trump term, asking and watching what was going on. I pray that there is at least one happy memory they can hold on to from their childhood. I'm handling this with my 3 children of color. I tell them to hold their heads up. They are always loved at home. Whatever the world puts at us, we can get through together. But deep down, I'm starting to lose hope. We can get through it all.
Tamara, you are next on BPR. Welcome to the show. Thank you for calling. Hi.
Hey, guys. So my saving grace right now is that I am directing Peter Pan, starring 22 6 to 14-year-olds, and we get to escape to Neverland.
That's a good one.
It's a really amazing because obviously we don't talk about politics, but we get to express ourselves and be free, and I get to not think about politics for 3 hours a night, which is really important to my brain.
Tamara, where are you doing this? Where's the production?
Very exciting in our little small town of Oxford, Massachusetts.
No, well, yeah.
The community center is producing it, and we're putting it on at the high school.
Great.
Yeah.
If Jared wants to come review, that would be great.
We'll tell him.
Hey, Tamara, do us a favor. When you get off with us, actually, we're going to put you on hold and give the information about tickets and when and whatever to our producer, and we will share it with Jared. And it's great what you're doing, and thanks for the call.
You know, in this Karen Baskin piece in the Globe, which she says 67% of Americans rank world events as their top source of anxiety, it talks about holding two things at once. You know, you can feel absolutely burned out, but also enjoy the fact that your kid is hilarious eating their breakfast cereal in the morning, or you can limit your exposure to the news, maybe check it once in the morning and once in the evening. You don't have to always be scrolling or doom scrolling on your phone.
How often do you check the news on your phone?
Well, that's different. You know,
Don't just say because it's your job.
Well, it is. I don't think I'd be reading and listening to as much if this weren't my job.
What would you be doing? Hot yoga, Marjorie?
I don't know what I'd be doing, Jim. You know, I'd be dancing around the living room or something. I don't know what I'd be doing, but this is it's very depressing. It is very depressing. But that's one of the things they talk about, is to be able to do something in your community, or go help out your neighbor shovel out their snow, or bring somebody some soup or something.
Or go see those kids in Oxford.
Or go see those,
do Peter Pan.
That you need you can't always be and it's kind of like,
can't always be what?
Depressed and upset, because why should this guy take away so many people's happiness? It's almost like he's getting to win when you let him take away your joy. You know what I mean?
That's hard. CW in Rhode Island text, we are honest with our 12-year-old and answer any questions they have and watch the evening news with them regularly, which I think is a really good idea. If they're that age, do it with them so you can talk as it goes, and hope that by our example they grow up to be informed, caring, and decent people. And so far, so good. That's pretty good, actually. That's quite good. 877-301-8970. We're talking inspired by Kara Baskin's piece in the Boston Globe. I think it was this morning. We're talking about parenting in the time of great troubles that we're all living with. Here's Maya and JP. My daughters are 26 and 19. They're both well aware of what's going on in the news. When I bring up the current day's topic with them, they quickly act like it's yesterday's news while it lingers with me a bit longer. I don't think you have to worry as much about 26 and 19-year-olds. I think they're sort of getting to the place where they're deciding how to navigate the world. What are you laughing about?
This texter says, just holding my breath till Trump sends a carrier strike group to Minneapolis to take out the nuclear facilities.
Listen to this. This is horrible.
He's joking, clearly.
Here's an anonymous text. My 7-year-old saw little Liam on the news. She said, quote, he looks like my baby brother. What did that little boy do? Why don't the adults help him? And the parent says, I had no words. I mean, really.
I mean, that's one of the saddest.
What do you say
things
about
ever.
him?
Well, you know, it just cracks me up. I mean, if you ever wanted a concrete example of how all these anti-choice people care about, care about children up until birth, this is it, right? This is it. I mean, it's one of these parents from Minnesota says, the GOP self-styled protectors of children, but always in theory and never in practice. They are sitting around allowing Donald Trump and his ICE people to keep these children. They've been in prison, these children, for 8 months, and they're 5 years old. The whole family's been
What
there.
was the most common line in Marjorie Egan columns in decades at the Boston Herald?
The
last refuge of scoundrels is what?
Yeah, we're going to...
I'm doing it for the children.
Doing it for the children. Yeah, they're not really doing much for the children at this. I mean, none of these kids should be in these detention facilities. Anyway, coming after this quick break, we're going to keep talking about this for a little while longer. You're listening to BPR and GBH and NEPM live from the Boston Public Library, streaming at youtube.com/GBH News. We're going to have the Governor of the Commonwealth with us from noon to 1 right here at the library if you want to call or text or come by yourself.
How did the MBTA get its colors? What's the difference between a spider web and a cobweb?
This is stuff that I never even thought about. Wow.
I'm Edgar B. Herwick III. Join me Monday for a new show on GBH 89.7, The Curiosity Desk. We'll explore everyday mysteries hidden right under our noses.
Of all of our senses, smell is the most mysterious.
The Curiosity Desk, weekdays at 1 on GBH 89.7.
Our programs are made possible thanks to you.
And Vivo Performing Arts, formerly Celebrity Series, presenting Grammy Award winner and NEA Jazz Master Diane Reeves. February 6th at Berkeley Performance Center. Tickets at vivoperformingarts.org. And Boston Harbor Hotel, celebrating the 37th annual Boston Wine and Food Festival with winemaker-hosted dinners, seminars, and more from January through March. Details at boswineandfoodfestival.com.
Welcome back to BPR. Marjorie Egan, Jim Browdy on GBH and any PM. We're live at the library, streaming at youtube.com/GBH News. At noon today, the governor joins us for an hour of Ask the Governor. And starting Monday, Boston Public Radio, BPR is a 2-hour show, 11 to 1. If you're just tuning in, we're taking your calls and texts about parenting through this seeming hanging by a thread of our democracy. By the way, we should just say to you, Todd Blanche, the Deputy Attorney General, has been holding a press conference since the show started. The primary purpose was to say they're releasing several million more pages of Epstein documents under the Epstein Files Transparency Act, which you'll remember passed, I think, 427 to 1. And he is now taking questions about the killing of Alex Preddy, saying they're conducting, if you believe it, a civil rights investigation into the killing of Mr. Preddy out there.
They're still not allowing the local people to be involved,
Exactly.
so it's a biased investigation. And by the way,
and they have withdrawn comments about domestic terrorism. And in fact, can you check, Jamie, if you don't mind, about that Truth Social post that I mentioned to you that Trump supposedly put out in the middle of the night questioning Preddy, talking about, I think, is an insurrectionist. I just want to make sure that's true. I'm sorry, Marjorie.
Jim says to texter, you have to show some imagination. The Minneapolis police need to arrest ICE agents. We need to start breaking the law as they are breaking the law. That's the problem with what's happening. We're playing by the rules and they are not.
You know,
that's a good idea. Why not arrest them for assault and battery? I think that's a good idea. Assault and battery, that's what they're doing.
And then when the judge frees them, they free them.
That's right.
Who was the person you were quoting the other day who said the Democrats are in big trouble even when they take over because since they're not going to break the law and violate the Constitution like Trump has, voters are going to be disappointed that they're not operating with the same speed to fix what Trump broke. Where'd that come from? Do you remember what I'm talking about?
I don't remember
you
where
talked
it came
about
from.
it.
I talked about it. Well,
you have no idea.
In one ear, out the other. I forget.
Okay,
I forget
fine.
where I read it. But a lot of people do feel that way. That we're, as usual, bringing a gun. We're not bringing the gun to the knife fight, or we're bringing the knife to the gunfight, or whatever it is.
Again, Holman, we're going to slow things down here, de-escalate. Trump. Apparently, after midnight last night on Truth Social, referred to Alex Preddy as an agitator. And by the way, he was clearly an activist. We all saw the earlier video. But here's possibly an insurrectionist.
Yeah.
I mean, can you imagine?
No.
What is it, 6 days since this guy was, and I use the term intentionally, murdered by these federal agents?
By the way.
He's an insurrectionist? You know insurrectionist, President Trump.
Speaking of President Trump, well, we've been speaking with him nonstop, but I want to sneak something in, even though it's got nothing to do with ICE. It's got to do with what he said. People are really concerned about housing prices in America. Affordability, that's the big issue, So here's what Trump said at a cabinet meeting yesterday about wanting to drive housing prices up instead of down. Here he is.
Existing housing, people that own their homes, we're going to keep them wealthy. We're going to keep those prices up. We're not going to destroy the value of their homes so that somebody that didn't work very hard can buy a home.
It's like he doesn't get it. All the 20, 30, and 40-something, maybe even 50-something people that haven't been able to buy homes because they're so damn expensive and been saving and saving and trying and trying. I guess basically they're a bunch of bums and they don't deserve to have a home. That's essentially, they're lazy layabouts.
Well, if they get a good return on their house, they can pay to join the Board of Peace. Let's go to Tanya in Newton. You're next. Hello there, Tanya. Welcome.
Hi, it's a long-time listener, first-time caller, and I'm also a hilltopper.
Oh, my God, Durfee Hilltoppers. That was my high school. I've never missed a reunion, perfect attendance record.
I haven't been to one. I went to one.
Go ahead, Tanya.
But I'm actually from before the break, so I was talking more about, I called in because I'm struggling with my 20-year-old sons who are politically active and trying to keep them hopeful about even having rights, never mind owning a home like we just heard. And one of them is in law school. So it's really hard because I'm always challenged with them. And I'm always having arguments with them, and I do come around to see, we're Newton liberals, so I do come around to see their viewpoints. I go to protests, I tell them do not go, because I don't want them to get in trouble. They have a long future and life ahead of them. At my age, I don't really care, but I wanted to give a plug in.
Whoa, before you give a plug, do they listen? Yeah. Do they listen to you and not go? They do?
Yes.
Oh, that's
they
shocking.
Understand because they've seen it. They were at Brown University. So
they were.
So they know, what can happen.
I got it.
And I feel sad that I've had to tell my children to not participate in democracy.
Understood.
Yeah. So,
what was the other point?
Yeah, so it is really something. No, I just wanted to say I'm going to go a plug into North End Curling Club because I joined last year. And being able to throw a 40-pound stone down the ice and
there you go.
Do a little bit of sweeping.
Yeah.
It has changed everything. It's a good release. I think people should enjoy the Olympics, watch some curling, and maybe join the club too. But it's been a big help for me.
Well, Tanya, our buddy Trenny Casey for NBC International covered the U.S. Gold medal winning curling team a bunch of years ago, and I believe she told us the other day is going to cover curling at the Winter Olympics in Milan this year too. So maybe that'll spike interest. Tanya, that was an excellent first call. We hope you call us again.
By the way, there is a protest 3:30 this afternoon in Copley Square,
right?
And there's another one on Boston Common tomorrow. I think it's 11:30 to 1. I'll double check that. It's 11:30 to 1 tomorrow. The protest. So people, I think the vast majority of people aren't going to be fine at protests. Anyway, 877-301-8970 is the number. We are talking about trying to parent in this age where a lot of people are very worried about the United States ever recovering and recapturing our moral positions here.
Did you hear when Tanya said her grown kids, one kid's in law school, she urged them, I don't think she ordered them, urged them not to go to protests. As she said, it's tough to tell them not to participate in a democracy. That's pretty tough. I mean, I understand the parental instinct. I feel the same way about protecting my two daughters, but it's tough to say because if everybody adhered to that advice, we'd be in a mess.
Respectfully, I disagree. Like I said, I've been to a million protests as a reporter all my life, and I know it's different now, but we don't have ICE, grabbing us as we walk across Commonwealth Avenue here in Boston, so I don't think... Well,
there have been people snatched here. We've talked about them.
There have been people snatched here, it's true, but I think that's why I think the protests lately, Jim, they've been mostly white people.
Yeah.
877. Oh no, we're done. So we're going to move on. Okay.
We are.
Yes, we
we're
are.
Not
okay.
Done as such,
no, we're not.
We
are moving on. After this quick break, we're going to talk to local woman and media maven Sue O'Connell. Joins us for Press Play, our media analysis segment. Don Lemon. He used to be a big star on CNN. He was arrested for reporting on a protest in a church in Minneapolis. He's in jail right now. We're also going to talk about the premiere of the Melania movie and whether the Epstein documents have just released have any more pictures of the director of the Melania movie, who's already been in the Epstein files. I'm Marjorie Egan. He's Jim Browdy. You're listening to BPR and GBH and NEPM.
In the late 1980s, the R&B duo Milli Vanilli had a short-lived and controversial moment in the spotlight. Now, the last surviving member is up for a Grammy on Sunday for an audiobook telling the story from his perspective.
You can see the scars of life, the scars that the music industry leaves on you.
That's next time on The World.
This afternoon at 3, here on GBH News 89.7.
Support for GBH comes from you.
And Cambridge Savings Bank. CSB is committed to improving the financial well-being of local small businesses through financial education and banking services. Learn more at cambridgesavings.com. Member FDIC.
And McLean Middleton, a regional law firm with over 100 attorneys and locations in Woburn and Boston, serving clients for over 100 years in the areas of corporate law, tax law, litigation, and estate planning. McLean.com.
Welcome back to BPR and GBH and NEPM. Marjorie Egan and Jim Browdy live at the library, streaming at youtube.com/GBH News. The governor will be here in exactly 30 minutes for an hour of Ask the Governor, and the mayor is here for an hour on February 10th from noon to 1. Join now live at the library desk for Press Play. Well, not just Press Play. We're talking to the media maven and local woman Sue O'Connell, co-publisher of Bay Windows and the South End News, news influencer at NBC 10 Boston, and recent passenger in the NBC 10 Boston Thunder truck. Here is, in fact, meteorologist Sue O'Connell last weekend. Listen up.
And remember, as the governor so eloquently said, whoever you're with right now, you're going to be with for quite a while. So make sure you pick someone that you like to watch the game with, right?
And you were describing beautifully the conditions on the road. I'm serious.
Thank you.
You were. With an articulation that was borderline frightening, with great precision.
Thank you. I'll be doing it again on Sunday.
You will?
Yes.
Even if there's no snow?
Yes, because there are other things I don't know about yet that are...
Bomb genesis.
Bomb genesis and threats, but it's, it's one of the great things. It's Jim and I both share. I don't know, Marjorie, if you've ever had the secret wish to be covering storms. Have you? No, because Jim and I have, doing weather. And what's great about it is I'm in a truck. I don't have to go outside.
A big truck.
A big safe truck. Yeah. And a lot of folks are like, well, you're telling us not to go out, but you're going out. And I'm like, because people are stupid, and because we have to show you what's happening on the roads. I mean, we saw so many accidents and everything. And I'm happy too, because we're a little shorthanded around the station because we've got the Olympics happening and we've got the Super Bowl happening, which is also going to be on NBC 10. Yeah. We are in an iconic February for NBC 10 Boston, so I raised my hand, and now it looks like I'm going to be doing this for the rest of my life.
You were great.
You know what I just realized?
You on Instagram, and you were great.
You know, in terms of our wishes, when I was at NECN before you, and I think I would have Matt Noyes, the weather guy, on at the end of the show. I think, I'm not sure, can you check this out for me? I think we switched roles one night. I think I did a piece of the weather, and I think he did a piece of my show.
I think you did, actually, yeah.
Obviously, it created great memories for a lot of people. In any case, you were brilliant. We'll be listening.
Thank you.
When are your hours on Sunday?
7 a.m. to whenever they tell me I'm done. So, and I learned how to operate the camera on top of the truck.
Are you kidding me?
I was out yesterday doing snow removal. I was in Cambridge and Somerville, and it's got 3 cameras. It's this big, totally souped up truck. But I have a little stick, and I can move the camera around. And that was very exciting yesterday.
Can you one last thing before we leave the weather? Can you explain in great detail what bomb genesis is?
No idea.
Good. Okay, we're talking to Sue O'Connell.
Okay, so the Melania movie debuted, I guess, it's the 30th, right? Is it 30th last night?
Debuted invitation only last night. It opens today. Yeah.
But for regular people, it opens today. Yeah. And Jim and I are both going to try to see it this weekend for repertorial purposes, of course. I want to point out that the director, People Magazine reported this, that the director, we knew that the director had been accused by at least 6 women of sexual harassment or crimes that approach kind of rapey kind of stuff.
Yeah.
I didn't realize until I read People that he was also in not today's batch of Epstein files, but a previous batch of Epstein files. Can we put up his picture there?
Very attractive.
The guy on the right.
Which one is he?
The guy on the right is Brett Ratner, the guy that's directing Melania's film, and the guy on the left, sadly, is no longer with us. He killed himself actually in prison while waiting trial, like Jeffrey Epstein, on charges of raping a minor. So you think to yourself, when you're the president of the United States and you're going to make a movie about your wife, can't you get a director that isn't in the Epstein files?
No, he didn't make a movie about his wife. His wife made a movie about his wife.
His wife made a movie about himself. Okay, whatever it is.
You have to actually be charged 500 times for sexual assault in order to reach the threshold of being excluded from this crowd, and you have to be in the Epstein files 500 times.
Okay.
So he's, I don't even know what to say about this. This is a huge grift on the behalf of Melania Trump, the most successful immigrant since Alexander Hamilton in the history of the United States. And this is an embarrassment for Amazon. That is just, a pay for play. Here's some money. It's a money laundering scheme to give her money. And, it was great for some outlets that got a lot of advertising money because they also sunk a lot of money into advertising because Trump's not stupid. And if he looked and and said, hey, you didn't advertise my wife's movie, there would be punishment for that as well. And I continue to say that if Trump were a different kind of president, we would be celebrating Melania in many, many ways because she's a fascinating individual. But it's just a grift, and it would be. I feel like.
What would we be celebrating? Every time I hear her talk, she talks about no division, no attacking other people,
I don't care,
every one of which she is her husband is elevated all those things.
Right, but if she wasn't married to him and it was a different type of thing. No, she wasn't married to him. Like, I hate decorating for Christmas too.
Well,
I thought that was the most honest thing she ever said in the world.
Yeah.
And, we were laughing. I was with an interior designer during one of her Christmas decorations, and it was all black and red.
I remember.
And he's like, if we liked her, we'd think this was pretty cutting edge, and it was great. So, listen, it's a grift. It's a money laundering scheme. Everyone involved in it should be embarrassed. And I sometimes feel when I talk to friends that are in other countries where bribery, here's a gift for you, Marjorie, may I come on your radio show? That's kind of an accepted thing. And as Americans, we're embarrassed by that. That's where we are now. Here's a trophy. Here's a couple of $1 million. Let's just do business together. It's a little embarrassing.
Here's a little quiz for you. Marjorie hates quizzes, I know. No, but you like quizzes. Who was sitting next to Trump, the president, as in Trump, not Melania Trump, in the presidential box at the Trump and Kennedy Center last night?
Was it Tim Cook?
No.
Or was it Bezos?
No.
No, who?
Keep trying. I'll give you a hint.
Local.
Super Bowl.
Oh, Kraft?
Robert Kraft.
Oh, boy.
Sitting, and as we know, his wife is on the board of the Kennedy Center.
And
his wife voted
to change the name.
rename it to add Donald Trump to this thing, and Robert Kraft felt it was appropriate to sit next to Donald Trump 6 days after the execution of Alex Preddy.
Do you notice that the stories are talking about this? Everybody calls it the Kennedy Center. They're not seeming to be ostracized, like when people refuse to call the Gulf of Mexico the Gulf of America. But so far, we haven't heard about anybody being...
Oh, you mean the news media? That's a very good point.
Yeah, they haven't been thrown out of the news conferences because they refuse to call it... What is it, the Kennedy Trump Center?
Unfortunately, it is incredibly the Trump and Kennedy Center, which is just staggering.
So people may remember former CNN anchor Don Lemon. Actually, we interviewed him when he did his book. His book was really good. But he's no longer with CNN, but he has become an independent reporter. And as a reporter, he went in to cover this demonstration that was inside a church. Took place after much of the service was over. They didn't do it in the middle of the sermon or anything. The St. Paul, Minnesota church. And
we have sound, by the way, of him covering the...
Yeah, well, we'll play the sound first, and I'll continue.
We're not part of the activists, but we're here just reporting on them. Did they explain to you why they're here?
They did not.
They said that there is someone here in Easterwood, someone who is a member of ICE, and he's a pastor of the church.
Our church had gathered for worship, which we do every Sunday. We asked them to leave, and they obviously have not left.
So this is what the First Amendment is about the freedom to protest.
Anyway, the Trump administration sought to charge 8 people about this, including Lemon. But the magistrate who reviewed the evidence approved charges against 3 of them, including the one attorney, a black woman whose face
they altered
Trump
on that.
morphed to make her crying and her skin darker. Anyway, rejecting the evidence, this magistrate rejected the evidence against Mr. Lemon and the others. But then the Justice Department, headed by Pam Bondi, petitioned a federal appeals court to force the judge to issue the additional warrants, only to be denied. But nonetheless, in a hotel room, he was out covering the Grammys. They arrested Don Lemon last night.
Yeah, and look, there's a lot here to unpack, and it's a little bit complicated. Whether or not you like Don Lemon or not is not the case. I mean, I'm not a huge fan of Don Lemon's, and I do support his efforts now to being an independent journalist and what he's doing, and I think that he's on the cutting edge of what it's going to look like. I don't always appreciate or support the way that he does things. Number one. Number two, yes, it is private property, a church, and you can be asked to leave, but it's unclear that he was asked to leave at all, and he was very clear that he was there as a reporter documenting. And I mean, you could just imagine of all the things that you've seen happen around churches or synagogues, if a reporter was there and suddenly they were arrested for covering and reporting on a news event that was happening, right? It doesn't mean that he supports the protesters. He was there documenting the event. Right? And he has now been pre-adjudicated, right, that he was there as a reporter, and then suddenly the federal government is swooping in and saying, no, arrest him because what he did is illegal, and it isn't. So this is something that should really be frightening to Americans, that a reporter, an independent reporter, simply documenting what was happening, who was already found not to have broken any laws, the federal government has now gone to arrest him. And he has been a very loud and vocal critic of the Trump administration. And since he's left CNN, remember I laugh because he did a little deal with Elon Musk for a short term when Elon Musk became X. He was going to do.
I forgot. One interview.
He did one interview, and he signed a contract with Musk, and he thought it was going to work out fine. And it turns out that apparently these people don't care about contracts at all, and so he had to go out and start his own issue. So he's an open-minded new media kind of reporter, and he's willing to try new things. But we should all be very, very worried that Don Lemon was arrested last night by the Trump administration. You have to be clear about what
After
that was.
they attempted to use, even though there's no evidence he did anything improper, they attempted to use traditional processes to get him charged, even though he shouldn't have been. But you could argue, well, they can always try that. When they failed, they decided to use this extrajudicial kind of thing, which is really scary. And the reason these things matter, for those who say there's just too much going on, things like this, in my estimation, are a test case. The question is, how much support is he going to get? How much is he going to fight? Is he going to cut a deal? Obviously, he doesn't have zillions of dollars like those stations did, like ABC did,
and
like
he doesn't
CBS.
have legal protections like I have a NBC legal department and standards that support me. He's on his own, and this is the challenge of being an independent reporter.
So this matters more than just Don Lemon and just Don Lemon and that church and his arrest. By the way, I think his appearance is today.
And also, Jim, even if he was let's just say for the sake of argument, he was in the church and someone from the church asked him to leave. So technically he was trespassing. This is what the Trump administration does. They take some small thing and they basically say, oh, you have a hangnail? Let's amputate your leg. And it's a reaction to send a chilling message. So even if you want to argue the point, he was trespassing after being asked to leave. This is not what's supposed to happen to you.
Well, also one town over, I think most people may remember this guy who was killed for trying to protect a couple of women during a demonstration. Nothing. I mean, despite this BS from Todd Blanche, who's still speaking, we're conducting a civil rights investigation. Does anybody believe, after what Trump and Miller and Bondi and everybody else said, that this is a legitimate civil rights? And again, after he said the other day, very nice person, really horrible that it happened, he's now an insurrectionist. And I mean, it is grotesque, savage, and cruel. It's just, we're talking to Sue O'Connell. We'll update you if anything happens in the Lemon case, which probably won't because it's on the West. He's in the West Coast. Before the end of the show, we will let you know, but I'm sure NPR will have it if we don't.
So Barry Weiss has taken over CBS News, and she's pointed out that they're not hitting out of the park in the ratings. She wants to change things, but she says trust is a big problem. Meanwhile, she's hired like RFK Jr. vaccine designer types, and it seems like she's doing Trump's bidding at the network. To me, I could be wrong.
Well, I think the bigger issue with Barry Weiss and CBS is that she doesn't know what she's doing. And I think that's and she's an extremely smart, extremely talented individual, a great writer. I don't necessarily agree with what she writes or her viewpoint, but she's very talented. She ran the Free Press, a website, which she
still does.
Yep, got the funding and managed it and did manage some reporters. But I can tell you, as a commentator who runs newspapers, when I went to work at NBC 10 Boston, there's a whole bunch of things I didn't know about running a TV newsroom, right? And also, you've got CBS, which is this institution. And whenever an institution, a broadcast institution, says, we're going to go digital first, they're absolutely going to be sinking the ship because they don't know what they're doing. Yeah. She cannot go digital first on CBS News, right, in the way that I think she's trying to do, which is bring in commentators, be more fun, have more TikTok people on, and try and appeal to the younger generation, because they're not going to watch CBS News.
Yeah,
so
exactly.
She's going to alienate the existing audience that she has, because as much as some people, conservatives and people on the right, want to say that network news is liberal, it's not.
It's pretty
boring.
It's down the
middle.
Yeah.
You got your tornado. You got your interest. You got your pet in peril.
You got your tornado
you got your
over
national.
here,
You got a
your-
politics story over here, and that's pretty much it. And she's trying to change this direction. Where if I were Bari Weiss, what I would do is I would leave CBS News alone and maybe start a new branch of a website.
Well, that's what CNN is doing.
But and do it in the model that you want. Sure,
Yeah.
I'm all for more commentary. Great, but have it separate from CBS News. There's no business model for these networks, my own included, to make money from social media yet. All of my TikToks I do bring no revenue to me.
Yeah.
No revenue to NBC.
Can we step back from the details of this, though, for a second? I would argue that if you were to say mainstream press, if I were to say to you a year ago, what's one of the most important mainstream newspapers in America? I assume you'd say the Times, the Journal, and the Washington Post. Well, the Washington Post is now owned by a guy who just gave a $40 million bribe to Melania Trump. Well, $28 million went to her. And Jeff Bezos didn't defend his own journalist. We've talked about that nonstop last week. And CBS, the gold standard in television mainstream news, is now owned by a guy who is a Trump acolyte, Ellison, and Barry Weiss trying to operate in his image. And so even if you're okay with what she's doing, unlike what Sue, and I agree with Sue and everything she said, you have two major news outlets on which many of us relied for most of our lifetime, owned by people who it's fine to be a Trump supporter if you're an owner, who are Trump sycophants, essentially. Ellison and Bezos. That's really dangerous for a democracy.
It's dangerous, and it's also bad business. And it's bad business because they're letting their ideological standpoints try and drive to save businesses which are in peril. And the businesses are in peril not because of they were too progressive or not conservative enough. It's because the Washington Post let the New York Times take their lunch. I mean, the New York Times is an incredible newspaper right now with its video presentations, its behind-the-scenes looks, its podcasts, its games. Whenever anyone says, yeah, it's just for games, you might recall your Sunday paper used to come wrapped in comics, okay?
Yeah.
So just to be clear.
And you can listen to all these stories now, too.
And the New York Times is just taking the Washington Post's lunch, and now they're, leaning over to, Trump land, hoping that there's going to be enough people who are going to decide to start reading the Washington Post out of nowhere. And it's, again, they're making some bad business decisions. They laid off a whole bunch. They're going to lay off people. They decided not to cover the Olympics. They had booked hotel rooms for their staff, like $30,000 worth of hotel rooms, and then told the staff, we're not going to cover the Olympics. I hear that what they're doing is they're looking at the digital footprint of what people are reading, and they're thinking, okay, sports is not for us. We're not going to cover the Olympics.
By the way, in all fairness, they originally were going to send 12 journalists. They totally canceled. Now they're sending only 4. But they are doing something.
Right.
But they're
But they're looking at the Olympics are not sports. The Olympics is a lifestyle, narrative, fun, uplifting thing, right? And now they're cutting that because they're looking at the data the wrong way. Like maybe they shouldn't be covering sports, but they should be covering it's just the Post is in trouble. I think it's in trouble because the New York Times is taking its lunch, and I think it's in trouble since Marty Barron left. I think it's in trouble because Bezos would rather give money to Melania Trump instead of the newspaper. And I think being a Trump supporter is not going to be a good business model, not because I disagree or agree with Trump, but whenever you're supportive of one point of view, it totally alienates half the country immediately.
We only have a minute or so left, so we're not going to be able to give this the justice it deserves. Another sycophant, the head of the FCC, is now saying late-night television shows and daytime talk shows on television are going to be subject to equal time rules, meaning if you have a liberal on, you have to have a conservative, which, by the way, on its face sounds totally reasonable.
Right.
Until you realize when Carr, who's the head of the FCC, was asked yesterday, you're going to apply the same rule to talk radio, which is overwhelmingly conservative, his answer was there's not an issue in talk radio. Could you explain just briefly? I am guessing that, and by the way, in the abstract, it's not a bad idea at all.
We all agree with it.
Which conservatives are going to go on Jimmy Kimmel?
Listen, they don't. They're invited. This is the part that drives me crazy about this. How hard is it to get a Republican or a conservative to come on your show? How often do you have to call people? When we had at issue, Corey Smith and I, we only had like 5 conservatives or Republicans who would come on. We would ask them over and over and over again, and they won't come on.
Well, we got Amy Carnivale.
Well, we shouldn't have, but don't say that.
I can list them.
Don't say that with a laugh. She deserves praise. She comes on. She's the chair of the state Republican Party.
And before Amy was the chair, you couldn't get Lyons on. He would never come on.
And she's on again February 23rd.
So, when you see a conservative or a Republican on television or on the radio, you should salute them because they're the ones saying, yes, I'll come on, even if you agree or disagree with them. This idea is impossible to implement and police, right? It's going to keep more political voices. I think what it will do is keep Democrats, progressives off the air because the Republicans will not come on.
Well, I'm worried he might try to change Jimmy Kimmel's monologues that start the show.
Look, it's a free speech president. It's a free speech presidency. Remember? That's what he said we were going to do. Free speech presidency.
If you haven't seen Kimmel and you're not a fan of Donald Trump, you'll get a big kick out of his
Even if you are, he is brilliant.
On fire.
He's great.
On fire.
And so is Colbert.
And so is Sue O'Connell in the Thunder Truck.
That's right.
Sunday.
Thunder Truck.
Bob Genesis and Sue. We'll see you, Sue O'Connell.
We've been speaking with media maven and local woman Sue O'Connell, news influencer at NBC 10 Boston, co-publisher at Bay Windows and the South End News. We say goodbye to those of you listening on NEPM. Thank you so much for tuning in. The Fabulous 413, they start at 3 o'clock this afternoon. We continue here in Boston. Right after the new news, we're going to be joined by the Governor of the Commonwealth, Maura Healey.
It's not over yet. More smart conversation about community issues up ahead with Jim Braude and Marjorie Egan on Boston Public Radio, right after a news update from NPR. Stay with us here on GBH 89.7.
Funding for our programs comes from you.
And Concord Park, a Volunteers of America senior community in Concord, Mass., offering seniors the privacy and independence of their own apartment home, as well as care and support to help meet their needs now and as they age. ConcordPark.org. From tossing tea in the harbor to snowy battles against the British, Ken Burns and his team explore the incredible story of how America's founding turned the world upside down. Watch The American Revolution tonight at 9 on GBH2.
You're listening to 89.7 WGBH HD1 Boston. Online at gbhnews.org. GBH News. What matters to you?
I'm Jim Braude, ahead on Hour 2 of BPR Live from the library. Governor Maura Healey is here for January's edition of Ask the Governor. She just filed a bill to create ice-free zones in the state. Churches, schools, courts. These used to be the norm pre-Trump. We'll ask her about that and what she's doing to keep health care and utility prices down.
I'm Marjorie Egan, and as always, you can pose your own questions to the governor as well. Give us a call or text 877-301-8970, or better yet, if you can climb through the snowdrifts on Boylston Street, come down to the library to ask your question in person. Ask the Governor with Massachusetts Governor Maura Healey is next. The noon hour at BPR 89.7, live from the Boston Public Library.
Live from NPR News, I'm Lakshmi Singh. The U.S. Senate is back in session ahead of a midnight deadline to approve agencies' funding or allow the government to partially shut down. Even if the Senate passes a deal, the House also needs to sign off, and it's not back in session until Monday. Here's House Speaker Mike Johnson.
It may not be possible. We have a rule of a 72-hour notice for a return, and I can try to truncate that, but I've got people literally spread around the world right now. So, and we have a snowstorm.
Under the latest proposal, lawmakers would isolate funding negotiations on the Department of Homeland Security, which oversees federal immigration enforcement. Senate Democrats, alarmed by deadly ICE confrontations in Minnesota, are demanding legislation requiring agents wear body cameras, stop wearing face masks, and end roving patrols. Well, federal agents have arrested veteran journalist Don Lemon and 3 others in connection with a protest at a St. Paul, Minnesota church where an immigration and customs enforcement official serves as a pastor. Lemon's attorney says the former CNN host, who has been critical of President Trump, was detained last night in Los Angeles, where he was covering the Grammy Awards. Independent journalist Georgia Fort was taken into custody this morning when she live-streamed the moments before her arrest on Facebook.
My children are here. They're impacted by this. This is all stemming from the fact that I filmed a protest as a member of the media.
NPR's David Folkenflik spoke with NPR's Morning Edition.
This does seem to be a focus of the Justice Department to pay attention to journalists who are amplifying, perhaps, voices that are critical of them. For example, if you think just a few days ago, I was on this program talking about the seizure of documents from Washington Post reporter Hannah Nathanson's home and devices there. A very unusual thing to do without a subpoena and without warning, doing it at the workplace.
NPR's David Folkenflik reporting. President Trump plans to nominate former central banker Kevin Warsh to be the next chairman of the Federal Reserve. NPR's Scott Horsley reports Trump announced the decision in a social media post.
Trump says Kevin Warsh is central casting for a central banker. The president's hoping Warsh will follow his roadmap to lower interest rates. Warsh previously served on the Fed's governing board from 2006 to 2011. During the financial crisis, he served as a liaison between the Fed and Wall Street, where he'd worked for Morgan Stanley. Trump has regularly criticized the current Fed chairman, Jerome Powell, for not lowering interest rates more aggressively. The Fed did cut rates 3 times last fall in an effort to shore up the sagging job market. But with inflation still elevated, the Fed opted to hold its benchmark rate steady earlier this week. Warsh will likely face questions during his confirmation hearing about whether he'll exercise independent judgment or simply do the president's bidding. Scott Horsley, NPR News, Washington.
U.S. stocks are trading lower this hour. The Dow's now down 420 points. You're listening to NPR News.
Good afternoon. With the latest from the GBH Newsroom, I'm Henry Santoro. The Massachusetts Senate has approved a long-awaited overhaul of the state's reading instruction requirements for all public school students. Globe reports that the overhaul comes with support from the governor and following passage by the House last year. The Senate bill, which was passed last night, requires that school districts use reading curriculums approved by the state education department that feature evidence-based strategies that include phonics or teaching kids to sound out words while building vocabulary and oral comprehension skills, among other components. And GBH Business News, fans of the Saks Fifth Ave outlet stores, Saks off Fifth, will be sad to hear that the parent company, Saks Global, is closing nearly all Saks off Fifth locations as a way to refocus on the company's luxury roots and pull itself out of bankruptcy. Saks Global, which owns the high-end retailers Neiman Marcus and Bergdorf Goodman as well. BizNow reports that Saks off Fifth has local stores in Somerville, Merrimack, New Hampshire, and Clinton, Connecticut. Those stores will close by early next week. In all, 62 Saks off Fifth stores will close nationwide. Saks is also closing all 5 remaining last call Neiman Marcus outlet stores. In sports, the Celtics host the Kings in the Parquet tonight. It's championship weekend at the Australian Open. Sunny and 15 degrees today, -2 overnight tonight. We're at 13 degrees in Boston right now. This is GBH News.
Support for NPR comes from NPR stations. Other contributors include Fisher Investments. Fisher is committed to helping clients stay on track to reach their financial goals and enjoy a comfortable retirement. FisherInvestments.com. Investing in securities involves the risk of loss.
Welcome to hour number 2 of Boston Public Radio. Jim Braude and Marjorie Egan live from the Boston Public Library, streaming at youtube.com/GBH News. We're going to be joined by the Mayor of Boston, Michelle Wu, right here at the library on February 10th, noon to 1. And any second now, we're expecting the governor to arrive. Maybe she's stuck in the snow, Jim. But she's going to be here with us from noon to 1, taking our questions and yours, or maybe not from noon to 1 at the rate we're going from, you hope, like noon, 10 past noon to 1. And on Monday, Jim and I are getting out earlier. Our show's going to run from 11 to 1, and we are very grateful. And Edgar B. Herwick III is going to follow us with a new show, and then Jared's Culture Show will stay at its usual hour of 2 o'clock.
Can I also say at 1 o'clock, some not only beautiful music, but music that I'm guessing, if you haven't seen her perform, Deborah Henson-Conant, that you have never heard anything like before. It is spectacular. On the harp, and a harp unlike what you've seen. But again, the governor will be with us in a couple of minutes. And one of the things we're going to talk to her about is what she announced that she was proposing yesterday in terms of ice-free zones, sort of like what we discussed with Brett Smiley, the mayor of Providence, I think the day before. Some other restrictions on ice as well, which I think people are clamoring for. We'll also talk about whether or not she's confident they're going to pass legal muster. And she also filed a budget this week, which is the first step in the budget process for Massachusetts, which has some pretty important things in it as well. So she'll be with us in a couple of seconds. And just to bring you up to speed, we mentioned this before, the Todd Blanche, he was Trump's former lawyer, who's now the #2 person at the Justice Department. He held a press conference to say that the Department of Justice is producing more than 3 million pages of Epstein-related videos, images, 2,000 videos, 180,000 images, 3 million pages. Not all by Epstein. They also include commercial porn, images seized from Epstein devices, theoretically redacting personal identifiers for victims and, to protect the victims, which they've done not so terribly well in terms of the preliminary releases, but that was the point of his thing today. And he also said, which I am somewhat dubious about, that the Justice Department is conducting a civil rights investigation into the death of Alex Preddy.
He's also said that on the Epstein files that anything that's involved in any ongoing investigations is going to be redacted as well. So you remember the last time they sent out these pages, you would see dozens of pages just totally black.
A whole page,
and that makes me very suspicious too. I mean, I think at this point, I don't think I'm being unfair to say that you can't believe these people anymore. The president lies constantly. Obviously, Kristi Noem lies constantly. Bovino lied constantly. They're not truthful.
You think not?
No, I think they're not truthful.
I thought the same thing.
I'm suspicious of anything Todd Blanche says too, because you would have thought if you'd said something horrible about someone who just died and you were wrong, what's the decent thing to do? To apologize.
Well, I told you my favorite question, right? I don't know who the reporter was, and I feel bad about it, is a reporter asked Carolyn Levitt, who is the embarrassing mouthpiece for the president, the other day. Stephen Miller described Alex Preddy immediately after he was killed as a would-be assassin, were his words. Is Stephen Miller planning on apologize to the Preddy family for what he said? And needless to say, since there is no answer, since he isn't, she avoided the question. Well, we're going to do, by the way, just
here's the governor.
I was going to answer questions on behalf of the governor, but I guess I don't have to. Not to mention, she didn't authorize me to do it.
Take right over and answer all the questions for you, Governor Healey. But Jim was going to answer all the questions.
Maybe we'll do that. You answer one. In any case, we're now joined by the governor of the Commonwealth for the January edition of Ask the Governor. You can call her at 877-301-8970. Text her a question at the same number, or if you're at the library and would like to ask her a question face-to-face, our colleague Hannah, who's just about to raise her hand. Hannah is just about to raise her hand. No, she's not. She's right there. You can talk to her. Governor Healey, good to see you.
Hey, good to see you both.
Yeah, thank you very, very much for coming in, Governor Healey. So we were talking right before you got here about the possibility of ICE coming here to Massachusetts or to Boston, and what we can do. And we talked to the mayor of Providence yesterday about these ICE-free zones. I don't know if he can pull it off, but what can we do to protect people here if we see here what we've seen in Minnesota?
Well, I certainly hope a big surge doesn't come, and I think that people across this country have been horrified by the tactics of ICE agents, and my call continues to be on Donald Trump to bring all these ICE agents back from these cities, fix this agency, which is clearly broken. But look, in the meantime, what I'd say to folks is do what you're doing now. I mean, for the better part of a year, people have been working really hard. Our offices worked hard supporting immigrant organizations who are providing wage replacement, who are providing food, who are providing care to families who've been affected by ICE's actions. So continue to be involved that way. We've organized a lot of legal services efforts over the last year out of my office. which the legislature has funded in part to provide legal services, attorneys to people who have been detained and have gone to fought for their release. And so, that work continues. But I'll tell you what I've done in Massachusetts. Based on what we've seen over the last several months, drop in school enrollment in Massachusetts, people not showing up for doctor's appointments, afraid to go to church even and worship, and courthouses. I mean, the fact that criminal cases are being dismissed right now because people are fearful to go to court either as a victim or as a witness because they're fearful of an ICE presence there. And so taking into account all these things, I issued an executive order yesterday and also filed legislation. My executive order says that ICE is to be kept out of our schools, our hospitals, our courthouses, and our places of worship. We want people to be able to go to these places and feel safe. The second thing it does is basically codify what has been our practice all year, which is to say no state resources to be used for staging. For example, you can't use a parking lot at a DOT facility, for example, if you're ICE, to stage operations. So we want to be clear about that. Also, no, ICE cannot be in non-public places in state buildings. And, we just have to be clear about all these things. The other thing is I said, no governor can send their National Guard into Massachusetts over my objection. That hasn't happened yet, but we wanted to be out ahead on that. So the other thing I'd say is this: continue to call on and demand action from Congress. I don't, to be clear, swapping out a Greg Bavino or a Kristi Noem, neither of whom ever deserve to be in these positions. They really, I think, bring great indignity to the work of public servants and the work of the agencies they're purportedly heading, right? But that's not going to fix it, okay? And this is Donald Trump. He needs to fix this now. And if he doesn't, Congress needs to act and step in and take this back.
Governor Walz out in Minnesota advised his citizens to, if ICE were to come and do something, to be out there with their cameras to document what they were doing. Would you advise citizens of Massachusetts
People are already
to do the
doing
same
that.
thing?
People are already exercising what is a First Amendment protected privilege. And, that's part of what's so wrong here. I mean, you've got ICE that, let's just look at the past year. It not only is ICE, responsible for 2 recent killings, they've also been detaining children. 3,800 children across this country are being held in ICE detention facilities. They've picked up U.S. citizens. They've gone after and picked up people just based on their skin color. They've ripped. I mean, the visual images we've seen of them, tearing moms and dads away from their kids. I mean, this is heartbreaking stuff. And so, we need to continue to fight back on these abuses. And to the recording issue, I was horrified this morning when I learned that a journalist had been arrested for exercising a First Amendment protection. I mean, I wish that Pam Bondi would focus on investigating the killings of Renee Good and Alex Preddy instead of investigating, arresting a journalist. I mean, once again, this is an administration that knows no bounds. They throw out the First Amendment. They threw out the Fourth Amendment. You saw that memo released recently by a whistleblower, apparently, that said that ICE was going to be able to just go into people's houses without a warrant, which completely throws out the system that we've had in place for 250 years here, something that was born out of case law in Massachusetts. And interestingly, last week we saw, right, both the head of the FBI and Donald Trump throw out the Second Amendment. So, this, I think, whole situation is so sad. It is so heartbreaking. I'm proud of the people and inspired by the people of Minnesota and elsewhere who have come out in solidarity to say this is just not right. The people up in Portland, who've done the same thing, and certainly anyone has a right to record with their cell phone the actions of ICE, and to the extent there have been violations of federal and state law, those people should be held accountable. ICE agents should be held accountable. And I've always said people shouldn't be interfering with the work of ICE, but in terms of recording the activities of ICE, it's outrageous. It's really, really outrageous. And look, you guys know this. I come to this as an attorney general, as a prosecutor, and as somebody who actually worked with federal agencies, ICE, CBP, HSI, FBI, over my career to investigate and prosecute serious crimes and individuals and to put people away. That is not what this is about, which is why I said yesterday, I cannot call ICE a law enforcement agency. They are not acting in any way that comports with standard law enforcement practice. And that's why it's got to stop. That's why people are saying enough is enough. And we've got to do all we can right now. There's so much fear and anxiety out there across this country, across our state. And we've got to find ways to give support to people who, as I say, are afraid to send their kids to school, afraid to go to church, are not going to doctor's appointments or seeking medical assistance when they actually need it. This is just not making us safer.
Two quick related things, then we'll get to your calls and texts at 877-301-8970. We have talked about with your successor as Attorney General, Andrea Campbell, a lot about exactly what you're talking about. And by the way, when we got in this morning, a ton of texts and emails complimenting you for what you proposed yesterday, either by executive order or legislation. But when we've talked to the Attorney General, she's been very candid about at least her belief that there's very little that a state can actually do. And do you not have worries that, I know how well-intended everything you proposed yesterday is, that a huge percentage of what you're proposing wouldn't stand legal muster if challenged?
Well, I'll say this. I agree with the Attorney General that immigration is a field that the Supreme Court has said is really dominated and led by the feds. And so, the states don't have as much at their disposal to do. What I did yesterday, though, I feel is within my jurisdiction. I hope it's not challenged, okay? And we'll fight it if it is. But I hope that, given everything that's gone on and how this has devolved and how harmful it has been to communities and to neighborhoods and to cities and states across this country, that they not go there, right? They just stop. And by the way, if they wanted to act like normal law enforcement, there are ways they can right now go and get warrants to actually go after the so-called worst of the worst, okay? There's a mechanism to do that. They're not choosing to do that. So, we'll see what happens by way of challenges, but, my interest right now is being out there and being clear. This is what I want to see happen, and I take these actions in good faith. I believe that they are the lawful actions, and also my responsibility as governor, Jim. I got to protect the people of my state. And I'm sorry, it's a sad, sad commentary that in this day and age, this is where we are in the United States of America, that you have a federal government actively terrorizing neighborhoods, assaulting cities and states, putting people in harm's way, by the way, putting local law enforcement in harm's way, creating chaos, and perpetrating lasting trauma and harm. It's something that was instigated and perpetuated by this administration. And they come up with these phony, fabricated justifications for going into places, okay? When there are actual, if you were serious, there are actual ways to deal with that. That's not what this is about. And I think it's important that people continue to speak up for basic American freedoms and protections. I think that's having an effect. And you know what scares me? Imagine all the things that are not being recorded on cell phone that are being done by this administration. That's something that people really got to be concerned about. This was all recorded on a cell phone. Imagine all the things that are happening in the federal government. And this has been an administration about retaliation and retribution and intimidation and attempts to silence. You've seen it against media conglomerates, against universities, against corporations. Imagine what is going on. The other thing is this, and this was incredibly concerning to me. In the immediate aftermath of both Alex Preddy's killing and Renee Good's killing, the federal government came in and basically took away the evidence, kicked local and state law enforcement out, and there's been no investigation. And also, with that, they're lying, lie after lie after lie, coming out of the mouths of everybody we've heard from in the federal government. That's a really scary place to be for this country when our own government isn't telling us the truth and is actively engaged in lies and fabrications. That's a place, Jim, that I haven't been in my lifetime. You know, we haven't seen this before, and that is really, really something that, in my view, all Americans, this isn't about a party, all Americans should be concerned about and should be demanding more from their government.
Very quickly, before we get to the calls, a related question. 2 days ago, Congresswoman Presley was on with us and said that ICE should be abolished because it's so tainted, so scandalized, so cruel, and replaced by something new from the ground up. Do you share that perspective?
Customs and Border Patrol and ICE have had an important mission. Okay, the mission was to deal with border security and who is coming into our country. And, you know, I support what was the mission of CBP and ICE. What I don't support is what ICE is right now in its current iteration. It is not fulfilling the mission it was set to fulfill.
So reform or abolish it?
I don't know what, abolish it, I don't know.
And replace it with another agency that does the appropriate things that you're describing.
What needs to happen is that ICE needs to be pulled back right now and needs to be fixed and needs to be, call it reform, call it whatever. I mean, the thing is broken. It is not working. It is not functioning. And it is not, oh, and how about this? They're going to send ICE to the Olympics? And you know what sickens me is, you know, I know the funding that our law enforcement, state and local need out there nationally. We're trying to feed kids, right? We're trying to provide health care, which are taken away from people. And yet they have found a way to grow this ICE budget just by this, really, I think, amount. If you add up all the funding for state and local law enforcement across the country, it is less than the funding for ICE right now. So this is an agency that is broken and that needs to be reformed and fixed and completely overhauled.
We're talking to the governor of the Commonwealth. She's now yours.
Stan on the road. Thank you for calling. You're on with the governor.
Hi, Stan.
Hey, hi. You just let me get you off speaker. Yeah, Governor, and thanks for taking my call. Good friend of the governor's, going back to when she was Deputy Attorney General. And I just wanted to say how much I appreciate the initiatives that she's fostering in terms of ICE. For people who are still on the sidelines, I'm hoping that they get up and do something. I'm a regular at the ICE detention facility in Burlington. We've got another big demonstration on the 28th. And what I would hope we could do, and I was talking with our district attorney, is we need to make it clear that state laws against kidnapping and murder are going to be enforced. And that's the one other additional thing. But thank you so much, Governor, for all you're doing.
Stan, thanks for the call. We appreciate it.
To the caller's point, I was really, in addition to having a representative from the Archdiocese of Boston stand alongside me yesterday, and I don't know if you've seen the U.S. Conference of Catholic Bishops post, but it's pretty remarkable, and I give great gratitude to both Bishop Henning and Cardinal O'Malley, our own, who are featured in that. In addition to having the bishop with me, I had 4 district attorneys alongside me yesterday, okay, who know a little something about law enforcement and public safety and the ways that things should be done and are not being done right now by ICE and the federal government.
Stan, thank you for the call. 877-301-8970 is our number.
You know, several people are also asking, having seen people get shoved to the ground who are videotaping out in Minnesota, if Boston or state police could intervene in some of these situations to protect people that it looks like assault and battery to me, but to protect people that are, if they are on the scene. Is that possible?
Well, look, I think state and local law enforcement are out there every day protecting and serving the public. And, you know, this is what I mean. Take a look at the situation in Minneapolis. You have 6,000 ICE agents in an area with a total police population of 600 between the Twin Cities. So they're outnumbered 5-1. And, when there are calls to go out, understand that these same 600 individuals still are there having to deal with the calls for a domestic violence incident or an armed robbery or respond to a car crash, right? And so what the Trump administration is doing by creating all of this chaos in some instances and then, just outright harm in communities, it's a huge burden on local law enforcement. It's just not right. And, it puts them in a terrible position. And so, I know and I'm confident in our local and state law enforcement, who, by the way, are trained. In contrast to the ICE agents, they go through incredible training, 22 weeks at police academies in Massachusetts. And they just act in a totally different way. But, what needs to happen is ICE needs to stop acting the way it's acting, okay? That's what needs to happen now. It cannot continue. Not another day should go by. Not another hour should go by where this ICE activity continues. And, while they have a role and a purpose in securing the border and, going after people who are here unlawfully, who, in my view, you go after the people who have committed crimes. What you need to do is fix our broken immigration system and create a pathway for people who are here lawfully and working and raising families and paying taxes. I mean, the stories. People have been taken off the streets who have lived and worked here peaceably for 10, 20 years. It's heartbreaking. That's what needs to happen. That's where the pressure should be. That's where the focus should be. And again, talk to the president, but talk to those Republicans in Congress, because there are Republicans in Congress, and it won't take many of them, who can stop this now.
Let's go to Jennifer in Hingham. Hi, Jennifer.
Thank
welcome.
You, Jennifer.
Hi. Thank you for taking my phone call.
Sure.
I'm a member of the faculty at Bunker Hill Community College. I'm calling regarding her latest budget request from the GIC.
You don't have to refer to her as her, by the way. You're speaking to her directly, Jennifer.
Hi, Jennifer.
Hi, Governor Healey. For the GIC, you have requested $100 million cut to their budget for the upcoming year. I looked at the documents that are online. This is going to come out of my paycheck directly from either with increased premiums and increased co-pays, lack of services, or decreased services. This is adding insult to the injury that the community college employees are already paid 40% less than our compatriots in other comparable states, i.e. New York and California. How can you justify this, particularly after committing $100 million to replace subsidies that private sector employees lost from Trump?
Okay, let's have it. By the way, we're getting a lot of calls on this topic. Jennifer, thanks. Let's hear from the governor.
So it sounds like Jennifer's a state employee, works at Bunker Hill Community College. We love our community colleges. I'm proud that as governor, I made community college free in Massachusetts, and we've seen double-digit increases in enrollment. My budget also funded a program where high school students can both be in high school and attend community college at the same time and build credits towards an associate's degree. So I want you to know that I am a big proponent of and believer in community colleges and certainly support our educators. Jennifer raises what I think is one of the top 3 issues for people right now, healthcare costs. And here's what happened, folks. Donald Trump and Congress took $1 trillion out of healthcare this summer. That has an effect on state budgets. So as I prepared this year's state budget, I had to think about what we could do. And, we had to make some hard decisions. We decided a few weeks ago, you may remember when ACA subsidies were going away, we stepped forward as a state and said, we're going to cover that out of a trust fund, because it was important to me that people who were receiving coverage not lose that insurance. And there were 270,000 people receiving that coverage who were going to see premiums they could never afford and coverage go away. And I just thought, God, you're in the middle of cancer treatments or anything else. Like, how cruel is that? So I'm proud that we were able to provide that money and cover those people. In terms of the budget for next year, we had to take a look at things. And I thought, most important when it comes to healthcare funding and health and human services funding is that we take care of the most vulnerable among us. We've got seniors, kids, people with disabilities. There's a lot of need out there. And so, I'll tell you how I approach the budget too, by the way. I said the first thing, team, we need to do is maximize every taxpayer dollar. We need to bring the most efficiency to the programs that we can bring. And we need to look out for the most vulnerable, okay? In a time and in a year we've seen SNAP benefits cut and home and heating assistance taken away and veteran services cut and these devastating healthcare cuts, we need to make sure that we're prioritizing. I've tried to find other ways to help people, like the caller and others this past year. I'm the first governor to cap co-pays and deductibles. 2 weeks ago, I announced that we were getting rid of prior authorizations for a whole host of treatments and medications. I'm looking every day to find ways to deal with this. We're going to continue to work on this, but it's why we need to have a change in Washington, because the states can't bear this financial burden alone. And when you take $1 trillion out of health care and other cuts that you've made, know that this year our budget, we were facing, because of those cuts, a $3.7 billion loss to our budget just based on federal defunding alone. So, that's what we're trying to work with and work through. And we're just going to continue to, stay on this and hope that midterms bring something different in terms of funding.
Very quick follow-up to that. You mentioned the appropriation, the amount of money the state's doing.
The other thing, let me say this, because this is important. What the caller's expressing about premiums, I know that. I hear that every day. I see that every day from people. I hear it from people. I hear it from employers. And if you can't pay your premium, you're not gonna keep the care up. And by the way, not keeping the care up doesn't mean you're not going to get sick. You're still going to get sick. And you're probably going to go to an emergency room or hospital, and then everybody pays, right, for that care. The system of healthcare is broken in America, and it's not working for people in Massachusetts. And so I announced also that I put together a healthcare affordability working group, bringing together providers, insurers, and employers to figure out what are the things we can do right now that are new and different to at least fix it here in Massachusetts or try to make it better. That group is active, they're meeting, they're engaged, and their mission is to get back to me as quickly as possible with ideas along the way, because people cannot afford it. Healthcare is not sustainable, it is broken in this country. At Massachusetts, we led so much when it comes to healthcare. We have the best healthcare in the world. We should be working every day to fix this and come up with a different way.
Quickly, what percentage of the dollar loss in federal subsidies for those on the Affordable Care Act that you mentioned a minute ago is the state covering? Are we covering 100% of the loss, or a share? What share are we covering? Do you understand the question? Or
Not really, but we're picking up. Let me answer it this way. We're making sure that whatever was lost in subsidy is made up for it so that people are able to keep their coverage.
Enough. Here's another affordability question.
It broke my heart. I mean, imagine, and people were, 270,000 people, 270,000 households who were going to lose coverage if we hadn't acted. Hopefully we won't see another shutdown. But my hope is, they can figure out a way through to restoring these credits, which, by the way, they're affecting people in Massachusetts. They're affecting people all over the country in terrible, terrible ways. And at least we're a state that's come forward and said, we're going to find a way to provide people coverage.
So there's an affordability question before we take a break. What are you doing, anonymous texter, what are you doing about Eversource? They're robbing us, utility obviously. We're frozen at 60 degrees and can't afford to put the thermostat higher. What are you doing?
So, with my budget and my State of the State last week, you heard me talk a lot about affordability. Not a new word to me. I've probably been working on this since my time as Attorney General. Affordability is really focused on 3 areas: lowering housing costs by building more housing more quickly, lowering energy costs, and lowering healthcare costs. When it comes to energy, here's what we're doing. In the immediate, I've got the utilities and worked with them. There's a 25% discount on your electric bills for February and March, which are the most expensive months, and a 10% discount on gas. We're also working to bring in more supply. We've got hydro coming down from Quebec now. That's really important. We have wind, which is almost done, Vineyard Wind Project. We have one turbine left to install. And I've importantly filed legislation that we really need to get passed that will help us bring down costs immediately, take charges off of your bills immediately, and bring in more energy supply to the region, which with more supply we'll see costs go down. So, that's what I'm doing right now. It's a major problem across the country. It's a major problem in the Northeast. But that's what we're working on.
One thing I don't understand, though, if I may, when you talk about this 25% and 10% cut in February and March, it's essentially a loan to people, meaning they're going to have to pay most of that
Some
back
of it.
later on. What I don't understand, beyond the fact they have to, and I understand this is the toughest time of year, so
it's not just a loan. Oh, well, you can finish your
the
question.
second thing is I also read the one utility that is not requiring the payback in later months is a small operation called Liberty Gas. Why are they able to essentially forgive these exorbitant bills, and other companies are just willing to postpone the exorbitant bills?
Okay, so let me just clarify. What we did is there are about 5 utilities operating in the state. Some are bigger, some are smaller. So for your electric bills, it's a 25% discount that you're going to get for February and March. 10% of that is just going to be, we're giving you back that money, okay? You're not going to pay it later. That's out of a trust fund, and that's real money that's going back in your pocket. That's a 10% reduction. The remaining 15% for that and the 10% for gas, you're not going to have to pay. You'll have to pay it later on, but it'll be during a time when energy prices are lower, okay? Because again, February and March, most expensive, so it's going to save money. The other day, the utilities said that they wanted to tack on interest to that. I immediately said no, told the utilities no, and they've agreed. So there's no interest on that. Liberty wasn't going to charge interest in the first instance because they actually had an excess amount they had already taken in from ratepayers on their bills. So they actually didn't need to charge more in terms of interest. But the good news is there's no interest being charged to anyone, and people are getting a discount, and we're working every single day on this issue. I bumped into a woman the other night out at something, and she talked to me about, her $800 gas bill, and it just went through the roof in no time. And I hear story after story. I talked to my team. My team immediately got on the phone to the utility. The utility went out. They did find inefficiencies there, and the landlord's got to do some work to address some of the problems with the system there. But what we also learned is that this woman was eligible for discount programs through the utility. So I also say to the public, talk to your utility. She was able to get an immediate 25% discount, okay, on her utility bill. She didn't realize that. There are a lot of people who may be eligible for these programs through their utility. So before you write that check, call your utility and see if you're somebody who qualifies for a discount program.
We're talking to Maura Healey, Governor of the Commonwealth, of course. We're going to take a quick break. She'll be with us to the top of the hour. You're listening to Boston Public Radio, 89.7 GBH, live from the Boston Public Library, streaming at youtube.com/GBH News.
The Trump administration's crackdown in Minnesota has gone beyond immigration arrests. There have also been confrontations with protesters in the streets and shootings that have left 2 people dead.
Let's be very, very clear. This long ago stopped being a matter of immigration enforcement.
I'm Juana Summers, my conversation with Governor Tim Walz of Minnesota on All Things Considered from NPR News.
Today at 4, here on GBH News 89.7.
Our programs are made possible thanks to you.
And Safety Insurance, offering auto insurance policies designed to help for when the worst happens. You can ask an independent agent about safety insurance. Safety Insurance will help you manage life's storms. And Subaru of New England, the all-wheel drive 2025 Subaru Crosstrek is designed for New England terrain. Subaru retailer locations at subaruofnewengland.com. And the Office of the Massachusetts State Treasurer. The Unclaimed Property Division is holding unclaimed funds from utility bills, uncashed paychecks, savings accounts, and more. To see if you have unclaimed money, you can visit findmassmoney.gov. And the Boston Philharmonic Orchestra. Benjamin Zander conducts Mozart's dramatic 20th Piano Concerto with acclaimed pianist Christian Bezuidenhout and Bruckner's majestic 7th Symphony at Symphony Hall, February 13th at 8. bostonphil.org.
Welcome back to BPR. Marjorie Egan, Jim Browdy, live at the library, streaming at youtube.com/GBH News in about 25 minutes. Deborah Henson-Conant is going to play some incredibly beautiful music on the harp, unlike what you've ever heard, to soothe our souls. In the interim, we are completing the monthly Ask the Governor with Maura Healey. It's here to the top of the hour, 7-301-8970.
Brian and Hudson, you are on with the governor. Thank you for calling.
Hi, Brian.
Thank you, Governor, and BPR for this opportunity.
Sure.
Hi, Governor Healey, I support and appreciate your efforts to minimize the impact of Donald Trump on our Commonwealth. I am calling because of the shameful fact that the death of Enrico Delgado Garcia while in training for the Massachusetts State Police on September 13th, 2024, is still not explained. Any reference to investigations or special prosecutors have long lost their potency. The time for an explanation and final settlement is now.
Brian, thank you.
Yeah,
Governor.
Brian, I couldn't agree with you more. I met with his family a long time ago on this, and I was really pleased to see, though you don't want me to refer to them, the independent investigations. I can't do more than advocate for what I've advocated for, which is getting the results as quickly as possible. So I don't know the status of that. You have to talk to the independent investigator, but boy, I sure want to see those results yesterday and as soon as possible. And, in the meantime, Brian, the Massachusetts State Police and the Training Academy have made additional reforms to the training program. But I share your desire to see that stuff as quickly as possible. It's just not within my control.
Whose control is? I believe it is a former prosecutor from Suffolk County that's in charge of this investigation.
Yes. Yep.
So who's his boss?
Appointed by the Attorney General.
Okay. Okay. Thank you.
877, Brian, thanks for your call. 877-301-8970. Governor Healey, every month we have the Attorney General here. Almost every month we have the auditor here. What we discuss every time they're both here, you know where we're going here. What we discuss every month is the fact that a ballot question was passed about 14 months ago by 71 or 72%, saying the legislature should be audited. That's the law of the Commonwealth now. As you know, the audience I'm sure knows, is a standoff between the Attorney General, who tells us she's not getting the answers she needs from the auditor. The auditor says that's not true. She's given her everything she needs. We've offered them time for both to come on the show to talk it out here. The Attorney General has said she would prefer not to. Former Judge Nancy Gertner has now offered to serve as a mediator. We haven't heard back from the Attorney General. Why aren't you trying to use the bully pulpit here to pull both sides in so the overwhelming will of the public? And you told us you voted for this thing, as did the Attorney General. Yeah, why aren't you using your power to force this to a head so that the people get what they voted for?
Because it's in court right now.
You got to move. You got to move.
Because
it's not in court because the Attorney General won't represent. Says she won't represent the auditor until she finds out what the answers to her questions.
She's entitled to that. I mean, this is the problem. It's a constitutional question. The Attorney General is just doing her job, and it needs to be sorted out in the court. I stand by my support for the ballot question, and we in the meantime, it's just got to go through the court process. It's a constitutional issue.
But again, there is no court process, and with all due respect, the Attorney General has told us she acknowledges that there are some things that the auditor can audit that are perfectly constitutionally permissible, some that are not. But getting to that point is where the problem lies. And I guess what I'm saying is, don't you think, considering you're the most powerful official in the state, bringing them together, because there is no litigation at the moment, to try to reach common ground is in the interest of the public?
I support the public's vote. I voted with the majority of the public, but no, that's something that has got to go to the court. So I'm not, it's not my charge. There's nothing I can do there. Okay. If the AG is asking questions, then I hope the auditor would provide answers to those questions and allow this process to go forward so it can get sorted out.
Well, she says she has.
It's a constitutional question.
Bob in Reading, you're next with the governor. Welcome to the show. Hi.
Hi, Jim, Marjorie, Governor Healey. This is truly an honor to speak to you. I'm going to switch the subject to three things: pets, affordability, and employee ownership. And I'll bring all these together.
Quickly.
And, Governor, I hope I make you proud. My wife and I own a veterinary hospital. We take care of dogs and cats. So when I say we own, that means we're independent.
You can say the name if you want, Bob. It's perfectly fine if you choose.
We'll all run down with the dogs this afternoon.
I'm not an advertiser.
That's
fine.
fine.
We're called Best Pets Veterinary Hospital in Tewksbury. Thank you for the opportunity.
You're welcome.
So we love being independent. We're proud to be an independent business. In our industry, private equity has come in. They've bought up about 80% of the practices in Massachusetts. By the way, Massachusetts is the highest state in the union as far as dog and cat ownership per human. Pretty amazing stuff. We love dogs and cats.
I didn't know that.
Yep, it's true.
I'll add that to my list of firsts.
Come on in if you own a dog or a cat.
So what's our question here, Bob?
Here's the question. We're in our 60s.
He wants to know how to protect himself. Yeah, I get it. Okay, go ahead, Bob.
Go ahead then.
No, I want to set up an ESOP, an employee ownership. I want to avoid private equity and turn over our business to employees. And I know, Governor, hooray for you. You set up the Mass Center for Employee Ownership. Mm-hmm. Is there some way? They're very expensive to set these up. Again, I want to avoid private equity. And I've heard a rumor that the governor of the state may set up a way to make the feasibility study, which is the first step we have to do in setting up an ESOP, make it less expensive.
Can you
I think
let the governor respond, Bob, if you would, please.
Bob, I think, I think that's a great idea, and you certainly have my support in exploring that. And look, anything I can do to help our business owners, our small business owners, what Bob and his wife are trying to do is find a way to turn this business over to their employees. And you guys know about these, there are different companies out there that are employee owned. So let me take that back to my economic development team and see if we can offline with you, Bob.
Can we keep him on hold and get his contact info?
Yeah, keep him on hold. And
don't go away, Bob.
Bob, thank you. Seriously, thank you for taking care of our pets. They provide, I know as a dog owner, they provide meaningful support and comfort. And, I brag about Massachusetts being first in education and healthcare and innovation and, the best state to have a baby in and live if you're a woman and all sorts of good things. And I'm really proud to be able to add that we are number one when it comes to dog and cat ownership in the country. That's pretty cool.
Did not know that.
What does that mean? We own the most?
Yeah, I guess so.
Bob. Yeah, I guess so. We also eat the most ice cream in the country. I think we all eat an average of 22 pounds
Did not know that.
a year, and which is also provides comfort.
What kind of dog do you have?
A retriever.
Oh.
Yeah, those are great dogs.
Yeah.
Do you like the snow?
Love
the snow.
The snow.
Yeah, it's great to see the dogs that like the snow.
Not great at shoveling.
Can I ask a quick? Did he say that there's a state ownership? There's a thing you created that would help people take over their businesses and have employee ownership of this thing? Did I get that right, or did I miss the point?
No, he's wanting me to do this study and engage in it.
Oh,
and
I
have
see.
That.
Okay.
And I think it's a good idea. We're trying to. I think there is something set up to facilitate that, but I want to dial back with the team.
Yeah, it's happening to vets
Bob.
and dentists, and it's a real problem. Private equity coming in.
Let's
anyway,
go.
we have a question here from somebody here at the Boston Public Library. Hannah, who's the questioner?
We're not.
Oh, we're not. We do. Okay.
Hi.
Here she is.
Just say who you are first, if you don't mind, please.
Hi, my name's Laura Layton. Hi. Vegetable farm in Worcester County, and I was really excited to see in your budget that you're almost doubling the HIP budget for this year. However, in my county, the issue was more about access than it is about the actual budget. I attend 4 weekly farmers markets during the season, and at those markets, most of them I'm the only vegetable vendor that accepts SNAP, so those markets essentially don't have access to HIP. So I've talked to pretty much everyone I can think of to talk to about this issue as far as onboarding new vendors to the program, and they basically tell me that I have to wait and see what the budget says, but I'm not sure why it's so cost prohibitive to onboard new vendors when it doesn't seem like you'd have to increase the amount that's like available overall to add a new vendor.
I agree with you.
HIP?
Exactly.
I don't understand that in the sense, did you have to pay a fee to be a HIP vendor?
No, I don't think so.
Yeah.
And I already accept SNAP, so I already have all of the programming. I've been approved to accept that. We only sell vegetables. And so I haven't been able to get a straight answer
Laura,
as to
what's
why.
a HIP
What's
vendor?
HIP?
So HIP is the Healthy Incentives Program.
Okay.
It provides people who get SNAP to have extra money.
I didn't know the acronym.
Yeah.
Well, first of all, Laura, thank you for farming. We love our farmers.
you.
In the budget, not only did I increase funding for food pantries, I also increased a tax credit for our farmers who, feed our families. And we saw this year when SNAP was cut, the role of our farmers. So many of our farmers, it was a beautiful thing to see farmers from around the state step forward and feed people. So, I am a big time supporter of our farmers, Laura. In fact, when I had the chance to name our Agricultural Resources Commissioner, I selected a farmer, Ashley Randall. She's not a vegetable farmer, she's a dairy farmer. But let us get you connected with DAR because maybe, some of the folks you're talking to who are farmers who want to be part of this program, there's more education that we can give them about, how easy it is to sign up. And, we want to have people taking advantage of HIP. That's why I increased funding for HIP. I don't want to see people in Massachusetts go hungry.
Right.
And that's an important program. So thank you for bringing that to my attention.
Thank you.
Stick around with my team, my staff here, and we'll get you connected with Commissioner Randall.
Great.
Okay?
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thank you, Laura.
Governor Healey, housing is a huge issue, and we always talk about people are leaving the state because they can't afford the housing. The MBTA Communities Law was supposed to create more than 300,000 new homes. This Globe story points out one of the reasons it's not is because individual towns are doing end runs around the law, and they cite Norwood was supposed to have more than 2,000 new homes. It's actually, they're going to have more like 300. So do we give up on the MBTA community laws or try something different or what?
Actually, MBTA Communities Law is something that's working now in over 90% of our communities, meaning, this was a law that was passed years ago, signed into law in the prior administration, one I support, and it required communities to get on board and rezone for multifamilies. Today, over 90% of Massachusetts communities have done that. So there are a few that are holding out. As an administration, we continue to work with those holdouts on ways to do this. And we continue to work with all of our communities on how do we bring more housing online more quickly. But it's not just the MBTA Communities Act. The first piece of legislation I filed, the Affordable Homes Act, has done a lot. Now you can build an ADU on your property, the garage or on the back lot. By
Granny
right.
flat, an accessory dwelling
Yeah,
unit.
or your kid can live there, or I've seen multi-generational where the parents move out to the ADU and the young person comes in and lives in the home and raises a family. People create ADUs so they can generate some rental income. That's one thing. We offered up surplus land that the state has with just abandoned hospitals and courthouses that are not being used, and we're going to turn that into housing. We're converting vacant office space into housing. We've given incentives to developers for housing, and I recently brought the environmental permitting review time for housing developments at the state level. It used to take over a year. We brought it down to 30 days. I am trying to build housing as quickly as possible, in any way possible, around the state. Bringing down housing costs has been my number one priority. I'll say this, in the budget too that I just put forward, I've expanded housing programs. So there's a program right now that helps people with a $25,000 down payment and access to low-cost financing for the purchase of their first home.
Who qualifies for that?
well, you can go online to look at the range of income, but it's middle income people. Okay, so
what is middle income?
We've
in
expanded
now. I don't even know.
Well, we've expanded eligibility for that program. So we're going to continue to lean into this. When I started as governor, there was a report that came out that said we were short 220,000 homes. We needed to build 220,000 new homes in Massachusetts by 2035. We've already, in just 3 years, got 100,000 homes built, permitted, or under development. We're not there yet, but not only are we going to beat that 2035 estimate, we're going to exceed it, and we're going to exceed it in big-time numbers because housing is so important, and I want people to be able to live here, afford to live here, grow families here, grow businesses here, right? Housing, this is an issue nationwide. You're seeing this is an issue across all the states right now, high cost of housing. But, I think we know what we need to do here in Massachusetts to get it done. And we're going to continue to work on this every single day.
So before you go, we only have a minute left. Marjorie and I are going to see Melania this weekend, the movie. You want to come with us or no?
This is a hard pass.
Yeah, we're very excited about it ourselves. I'm sorry you can't make it, Governor.
She didn't say she couldn't make it, Marjorie. I just want to be clear.
Yeah,
Governor, it's good to see you. Thank you for your
great
time.
to
We
see
really
you both.
appreciate
Have a
it.
good
Thank you.
weekend, everybody. Thank you for your patience with the storm. We're going to try to keep everybody warm this weekend. Check in on elderly neighbors. We're going to get a real snowstorm coming again on Monday, especially down the Cape, South Shore. Be careful. We'll have people out on the roads doing everything we can to clear things and keep people safe. But just take it easy out there. Take care, okay? Thank you.
Thank you, Governor. Appreciate it.
We have been speaking with Massachusetts Governor Maura Healey, and we very much appreciate her time. Coming up after the 1 o'clock news, it's time for some wonderful music and the harp like you have never heard it before. Jazz harpist Deborah Henson-Conant is here for Live Music Friday. I'm Marjorie Egan. He is Jim Browder. You're listening to BPR on 89.7 GBH live music from the Boston Public Library and streaming at youtube.com/GBH News. That is up next.
Celebrate jazz with GBH at our upcoming Jazz Now event. Join us at our Brighton studios for Jazz Now with Godwin Lewis, presented by GBH Music and Jazz Boston, February 4th at 8. Tickets at gbh.org/events.
Support for GBH comes from you.
And MIT Sloan Executive Education, a global community of leaders seeking fresh insights on strategy, innovation, and AI. More than 90 programs offered year-round. More at executive.mit.edu. And Bonsai Bar, hosting pop-up beginner bonsai workshops at breweries across New England. Hands-on classes provide guidance in the basics of bonsai design and care in a group setting. More at bonsaibar.com.
You're listening to 89.7 WGBH HD1 Boston. Online at gbhnews.org. GBH News. What matters to you?
I'm Jim Browder, head on hour 3 of BPR Live from the library. We'll start the 1 o'clock hour with Live Music Friday and legendary Boston jazz harpist Deborah Henson-Conant. You never heard anything like this. She plays a show tomorrow at the Center for the Arts in Natick, but before she does, she lights up the library, and as I said, you've never heard anything quite like this.
I'm Marjorie Egan, and then we'll end our final hour of the week and our final third-hour show with you, discussing all things cold and winter. The 7-foot snowbanks are not disappearing as sub-zero temperatures set in. So, are you guarding parking spot savers with your life? Is your EV battery surviving? How about those ice dams? Are you ready for spring or reveling in the winter wonderland, even if you cannot feel your toes? A midwinter deep freeze potpourri, call or text, all things winter, the 1 o'clock hour at BPR 89.7, GBH live from the Boston Public Library.
Live from NPR News, I'm Lakshmi Singh. The Department of Justice is releasing a final massive tranche of materials, including videos and images related to the criminal investigation and death by suicide of the convicted sex offender Jeffrey Epstein, in compliance with a law Congress passed last November. Deputy Attorney General Todd Blanche says the DOJ has redacted the images of females with the exception of imprisoned Epstein associate Ghislaine Maxwell. Blanche pushed back at accusations that the DOJ is shielding President Trump.
We did not protect President Trump. We didn't protect or not protect anybody. I mean, I think that there's a hunger or a thirst for information that I do not think will be satisfied by the review of these documents.
Trump has said he severed ties with Epstein after the financier poached female Mar-a-Lago resort employees. He denies any knowledge of Epstein's sexual abuse crimes or alleged trafficking of women and minors. In the week since Border Patrol officers killed Alex Pretty, a Veterans Affairs ICU nurse, vigils across the country have celebrated Pretty's work and denounced ICE tactics. NPR's Quill Lawrence has more.
Thousands gathered outside the Manhattan VA hospital, filling the sidewalk between massive snowbanks. Hundreds of Pretty's colleagues at the Minneapolis VA held a memorial earlier this week, despite an email from that VA's director saying she had been told to postpone it. At the New York City vigil, a VA nurses union official asked not to be named for fear of retaliation.
He wasn't even trying to fight back, and the way they brutally murdered him is just, it makes me so angry and upset, and that's what brought me out here today, because it could have been any of us.
The Trump administration has blamed Pretty's death on Minnesota officials for failing to cooperate with ICE. Quill Lawrence, NPR News.
Russia confirms it has agreed to President Trump's calls for a pause on attacks against major Ukrainian cities amid a severe cold snap, yet there seems to be a discrepancy over the length of the truce. Here's NPR's Charles Baines.
Kremlin spokesman Dmitry Peskov confirmed Trump made a personal appeal to Russian President Vladimir Putin to halt attacks in order to create favorable conditions for negotiations. But Peskov seemed to contradict Trump's claims he secured a week-long pause in Russia's bombing campaign, saying Moscow would hold its fire only until February 1st, this Sunday. That stoppage appeared timed to another round of U.S.-sponsored peace talks between Ukraine and Russia scheduled in the Middle East this weekend. Those negotiations are expected to center on a White House peace plan that would see Ukraine cede territory to Russia, including areas not currently controlled by Moscow, in exchange for U.S.-backed security guarantees. Charles Baines, NPR News.
U.S. stocks are trading lower this hour. The Dow's now down 458 points. You're listening to NPR News.
Good afternoon. With the latest from the GBH Newsroom, I'm Henry Santoro. A new progressive has announced a campaign to unseat Congressman Bill Keating in Congress representing the Cape Coast and Islands. New Bedford native Craig Swallow announced his campaign for the 9th Congressional District seat this week over social media.
I'm running for Congress because we deserve a representative who shows up and actually understands the issues that we're going through. So that's exactly what I'll be doing on the campaign trail. I'll be showing up and I'll be listening to all of you. We're building a movement, MA9, to restore real representation to our district.
Swallow is campaigning for universal health care, expanding public transit, and capping short-term rentals, among other affordability issues. Keating has not yet announced his re-election campaign. New England Patriots head to Santa Clara, California on Sunday as they get ready for the bonkers week that leads up to the Super Bowl on February 8th. The matchup has the Patriots playing the Seattle Seahawks with the halftime festivities handled by the mega superstar Bad Bunny. The Pats are hosting a send-off party Sunday morning at Gillette and will feature speeches and appearances from Patriots coaches, captains, and alumni, and the Dropkick Murphys are performing as well. While the event is free, registration is required to attend, and you can do that through Ticketron. Parking lots open at 8 a.m., gates open at 9, and then the festivities kick off at 9:30. Celtics host the Kings in the Parquet tonight. In the forecast, sunny and 15 degrees today. We are at 14 in Boston right now. This is GBH News.
Support for NPR comes from NPR stations. Other contributors include Progressive. Progressive Commercial Insurance protects small businesses from retailers to tradespeople. Progressive covers a variety of business needs with a range of coverages. More at progressivecommercial.com.
Welcome to hour number 3 at Boston Public Radio, our last hour number 3, actually, Jim Browdy and Marjorie Egan, live from the Boston Public Library, streaming at youtube.com/GBH News. The Mayor of Boston, Michelle Wu, will be here February 10th from noon to 1, and starting Monday, as I just alluded to, on GBH, BPR will run from 11 to 1, like we used to make room for some other shows. Hello again, Jim.
Other shows being the Curiosity Desk 1 and 2, Edgar going to be Herwick III.
Yep.
Jared's wonderful show, The Cultural Show, will continue at 2. Well, you made it to another edition of Live Music Friday. This week, harp music like you've never heard it before, courtesy of Grammy-nominated electric harpist, singer-composer Deborah Henson-Conant. She's been mesmerizing audiences, including me and many of them, throughout the U.S. and Europe for the past 3 decades, all with this otherworldly harp, blending blues, flamenco, Latin, and classical with a special electric body harp. She's holding it right now. She designed herself. She's playing this Saturday, January 31st, that'd be tomorrow, at the Center for Arts in Natick. It's called TCAN, a fabulous venue. I love the place. For tickets and information, go to hipharp.com. We'll talk to her about that in a moment. But first, let's hear some music. Here's Deborah Henson-Conant performing Cosita Latina. Welcome, Deborah. Oh, my God.
That was fantastic.
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 Oh, my God. That's a harp, Marjorie.
I know. Deborah's going to come over and talk to us. She's going to come over and talk to us.
Unencumber herself. Is that a word?
Deborah's going to be playing Saturday, January 31st, the Center for Arts in Natick. You want tickets information to hear this unbelievable music, go to hipharp.com. hipheart.com. That's hipheart.com. We're going to talk to her right now about her incredible career. Thank you so much for coming
Deborah,
in.
that was great.
That was absolutely
really great.
That was absolutely unbelievable. So tell us what you just did. That is harp music that most of us don't think of as harp music.
Yeah, so I was playing for years, and one day I was in a jazz club in Berlin, and some flamenco music came over. And I looked at the harp, and I was like, wait a minute, it's just a big guitar. What if I started playing it that way? And then I started exploring different things that I could do with the strings.
You essentially created this. I mean, from what I understand, you decided what you wanted. You went to France, is that where you went? To find a designer, and then this body harp, as you call it, came into being, right?
Yeah, I actually talked to many builders around the world, but finally I made my own prototype, took it to France, took it to the most visionary harp builder, showed him what I wanted to do, which was basically
Well, because it's half the size of a regular harp, right?
Even less, and it weighs 11 pounds. My TEDx talk is all about the development of the harp and how that happened. It was amazing to get to be involved in some kind of technology like that, the development, and I just found out that the prototype that they made is now like in the National Museum of Paris.
Oh, wow.
I know.
Well, you're the pioneer. I mean, people who are now doing this all came out of you, essentially.
That's right. I mean, I saw ancient Egyptians, I think, did it. But and it's partly because of that collaboration with technology that we allowed to, could bring it out to the world and not just have one person do it, but make it available for everyone.
So I got it right. It's in college. Is it a harpist? Is that the proper? Okay. They need a harpist. You take 6 lessons and you're the harpist. Is that it?
Yeah, I had 6 lessons as a kid. So I had vastly more experience than anybody else.
Yeah. What are the mechanics of it, though? Because you call it a string instrument, right?
No, it's actually it's a percussion instrument.
Percussion instrument. Okay.
Yeah.
So it's to make the notes, the C's and the G's and the F's, is totally different on this than it would be on any other instrument?
It's a very interesting instrument because it's like all the white keys of a piano. And so in order to make the sharps and flats, you literally have to hit this lever, or on a pedal harp, you hit the pedals.
Oh, wow.
But that's one of the reasons it's so resonant, is it because it's always in one key, the whole thing is resonating.
Why is this? What was the appeal when you were a kid? What drew you to the harp?
I was not drawn to the harp.
You're a piano and a ukulele, I read.
Right,
before,
I love the ukulele. I was a composer since I was a little kid. I loved to tell stories with music. I got harp lessons because my parents tried to give me lessons on anything that I would do, and finally they realized, oh, she doesn't like lessons. They left me alone. I just started making stories with music, and then later, after I was playing the harp for years, I realized, oh, this is the instrument of the bards. This is the instrument that lets you tell stories, that lets you combine jazz, Celtic, musical theater, storytelling. It opens up to everything. And now that I can wear it, it opens up to movement. So it's like a partner, it's like a prop, it's like a set. It's amazing.
Well, you're like dancing with the harp. It's great.
Right.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And you wrote a one-woman opera for your aunt?
Yes, I wrote 2 one-woman operas for my aunt.
Well, do tell.
Well, I'm a composer ever since I was a kid. I ended up playing because I would write things and then I would be like, let me show you how this should go. It should go like this. And that's how I became a performer. But I wrote many things for her. She's an amazing performer. And anything stories with music, that's what I do. So I took stories of women in history that had not, or women in myth, it's actually mythic women, like Persephone. You'd always hear about her, but you don't hear about her mother. Her mother loses her daughter. What's the story of her mother?
Oh.
And so looking at that story, or women who were burned as witches, this is not happy stuff, but what is it like when that happens? And then to write operatic type stuff for that is really amazing.
Well, it's so neat to see you, because I have the stereotypic vision of the harp. You know, that usually they're over in the corner of the orchestra somewhere, and when the harp player comes out, it's like some angelic, it's heavenly, supposed to, that kind of thing. And so this is totally original.
I think it's because I didn't listen to recorded music as a child. I didn't go to concerts. So I kind of knew that about the harp, but not really. But I had a book about ancient Egyptians, and there were these women wearing harps and walking around, and I was like, oh.
That's right.
And so that was my image. And so I was stuck behind the harp, and I was learning classical music, and I loved that because I felt like it would give me some structure, and I was kind of wild. So it did give me structure, but then I started having to move out of it. And first I moved into jazz, and then I realized once you know jazz, you can start bringing in all kinds of elements through improv.
How are you kind of wild?
It's just like...
Look at her. Look at her.
Just give
You
us a
can tell.
taste of this. Yeah, I mean, how are you kind of wild?
Well, I thought it was normal, but like whatever.
So tell us what it was like to open for Ray Charles.
The coolest thing about it, the coolest thing about it was that backstage I got to see Seiji Ozawa and Ray Charles, and I got a photo with the two of them.
My gosh, that's great. That's great. Did you get to talk to Ray a little bit?
I don't even remember. I was so like.
And you also soloed at the Boston Pops.
Yes, as a matter of fact, that was a really important for me. They gave me my debut as writing for symphony and then soloing, and we were talking about this ahead of time. That piece is called Baroque Flamenco. It's similar to the piece I played. The piece that I premiered with them has now been played all over the world by other harpists everywhere. But recently, a bandura player reached out to me from Ukraine, and she wanted to adapt it for her instrument. She said, because this piece gives her so much self-expression. But she didn't have the money to pay for the licensing. And that same week, 3 other people were asking for this. And I was like, what do I do? I'm a composer, I need that license.
What did you do?
What I did is I said there's got to be a third person who can sponsor that performance. And that way they're supporting the composer, they're supporting the performer, they're supporting the orchestra, they're supporting the audience. And I put it out in my email newsletter. You guys can all join my email newsletter at hipharp.com. That's hip as in cool, harp as in the instrument. And I put it out, and immediately someone wrote back and said, I want the Ukraine project. And he has supported that. And now she has been, I get to hear about her experience, which is amazing that there are more people going to live music in Ukraine now than there ever were. And when she plays these pieces of mine, she says, it's like an act of defiance, of saying, we will not be quieted. This is our voice.
We were talking about, obviously, this before, as you said, and we were talking about fewer people in a lot of venues here going to music because the world's such a mess. Mm-hmm. And in Ukraine, more people going to music because it allows them to be in a shared experience. And also, as we've discussed 10,000 times with Andres Nelsons and others, it matters even more now in these dark times than ever. Why the dichotomy, do you think?
Well, for one thing, they feel there that it represents them. It's an opportunity to be experiencing freedom of voice. And the bandura is not just an instrument, it represents the people of Ukraine. And so every time they see a concert with the bandura is speaking for them as well. So it's really amazing to be part of this and to hear what it's like. Like before her concert, she said there was no lights. We had to use generators for lights in the concert hall. There was bombs that morning. We didn't know if it would happen or not. And yet, when that concert happened, there were so many flowers, I could not take them off the stage.
How does that make you feel, and your music's being played in that part of the world right now?
It gives me like chills to know that my voice is combining with hers to create a greater voice.
Now, speaking of freedom, can we use the first half of the word? Free is one of our favorite words, and we are told, it is what it is, my friend. We got to tell the truth.
Yes.
We're told you brought a few CDs, which you plan to just share out of the goodness of your heart.
Yes, I want to thank everyone for being here at the amazing Boston Public Library.
That's an applause line, everybody, please. Thank you.
And for everyone who comes to live music, for everybody who listens to the radio and supports the radio, and I just want to give back. So please take them.
Where are they? They're
over there with Hannah, I think.
Can I also say one thing? Beyond the fact, I've seen you a bunch. Here, we'll hear you play again. TCAN, for people who haven't been there yet, in I don't know if it's downtown Natick, it's in Natick, is one of the best venues. It's this intimate, multi-hundred seat place where you really feel, I hate to sound like the promoter, but it's true, wherever you're sitting, you feel like you're on the stage. It is as good a venue if you want to get back in the music scene and feel like you're part of the performance. It is just great. So you not only get Deborah, you get a great venue tomorrow night.
I have one more question before you go play to us. You see a lot of people who play the guitar, they have picks or they don't have picks. But What is the physicalness of playing this? You got to hold it. It's 11 pounds, but it's still 11 pounds. You get the harness thing going. But how about your fingers? What's the difference between fingering these strings and fingering a guitar?
Well, one of the reasons I stuck with the harp is that the harp is like this, not like this. It's one of the only instruments where both hands do the same thing. So there's this really wonderful thing for your brain. There's these patterns. So, but I'm always practicing to keep my hands working.
Yeah. So it's the same kind of technical challenges as any other piano or any other instrument for your fingers.
Oh, absolutely.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah.
Marjorie's like bursting with excitement, I should say.
Because
for those who are not
I love
watching
the harp
us on
and,
YouTube.
Marjorie,
yes.
would you like to play the harp? It's not too late.
I should go to the Hip Harp Academy.
Yes, you could.
That's right. Tell us about before you go back. What's the Hip Harp Academy?
Well, I'm a composer, a performer, and I also have an online school. I'm teaching, I'm mentoring, and I have about 150 harpists all around the world, and then there's like 2,000 or 3,000 who get the free stuff. And I'm teaching people who already know how to play, how to improvise, and how to create their own thing. That's what I love to do. How do you take who you are, combine it with the harp, and create something that never was before?
Okay.
So what do you describe to us what you're playing? Tell us about it.
This song is called The Nightingale, and it's about my mother's voice.
Oh.
And she sang to me in the morning, and when she sang in the morning, she was a lark, and when she sang at night, she was a nightingale. And this is the
Did she
song.
get to hear this?
I don't know. She died very young. Oh. I don't know if she did. Wow, I never thought about that.
Well, we are really excited. We hope everybody goes to see it tomorrow night at the Center for Arts in Natick. Go to hipharp.com. You want to gently put the headphone down and go
I will. And
do the night?
That's hip as in cool, harp as in the
That's
instrument.
right.
That is correct.
Absolutely.
Thank you for clarifying that, Deborah.
Okay, Deborah Henson-Conant is going to, as Jim said, Saturday, that's tomorrow, January 31st, at the Center for Arts in Natick. For tickets and info, go to hipharp.com. That's hipharp.com.
How much do you love that? Is that music?
Yes,
just
the harp is gorgeous, and
I really
and this
love
is
it.
just a whole new way to appreciate it, and it's wonderful.
Deborah Henson-Conant, seconds away. Well, not seconds away. A number of seconds away.
You're going to put that harness on.
From performing.
That thing weighs 11 pounds, Jim.
I understand what
That's
it
a
does.
lot.
I'd be right on the floor, as you know. People picking me. Deborah, you could help pick me up if I put it on. I'm sure. There we go. Strapping it on. I guess I don't know if that's the right verb. Doing what she's doing.
And it's a beautiful, people who can't see this,
Beautiful.
it's a beautiful, like, royal blue kind of different shades.
You ready for us?
It's gorgeous. Okay,
Deborah's
here we go.
playing
Here we go.
The Nightingale.
Before I sing, I just want to say I notice how out of tune the harp is. And that just proves that it's a harp. And that just proves that it's all about connection and not perfection. Who will sing for the nightingale when the night is gone, when the daylight comes? Who will sing for the nightingale when she sleeps alone in the sun? Many's the time her silken tones soothed my rough and weary bones. Many's the time her lullaby took me to my rest. But who will sing for the nightingale? Her own sweet song is silent now. Who will sing for the nightingale when she sleeps alone in the sun?
But who will sing for the nightingale? Her own sweet song is silent now. Who will sing for the nightingale when she sleeps alone in the sun? When she sleeps alone in the sun.
That was Grammy-nominated electric harpist, singer, and composer Deborah Henson-Conant. She is playing Saturday, tomorrow, January 31st, at the Center for Arts in Natick. That was so wonderful.
Read
Deborah.
the text, Marjorie, if you can.
Oh, lovely music. Thank you, GBH BPR. I saw Deborah Henson-Conant at a bluegrass festival years ago. She makes the angels happy. How about that one? Thank you, Deborah. That was wonderful. If you want to get tickets again, hipharp.com, hipharp.com, tomorrow night in Natick at the Center for the Arts. Okay, coming up after this quick break, it is cold, you may have noticed. Jim has been very grumpy today, more grumpy than usual.
Yeah,
it's been a struggle for us all.
Thank you,
but we've made it somehow to 1:30. We might get more winter this weekend. Call us to complain about the snow, the cold, your ice dams, your space saver crises, whether they plowed your street days after snow, whether you're ready for another blast this weekend. I think it's mostly going to be in the Cape. Anyway, I'm Marjorie Egan. He's Jim Browder. You're listening to BPR 89.7 live from the Boston Public Library, streaming at youtube.com/GBH News.
The Trump administration's crackdown in Minnesota has gone beyond immigration arrests. There have also been confrontations with protesters in the streets and shootings that have left 2 people dead.
Let's be very, very clear. This long ago stopped being a matter of immigration enforcement.
I'm Juana Summers, my conversation with Governor Tim Walz of Minnesota on All Things Considered from NPR News.
Today at 4, here on GBH News 89.7.
Our programs are made possible thanks to you and Safety Insurance, offering a variety of home insurance products to cover your home's increased value. You can ask an independent agent about Safety Insurance. Safety Insurance will help you manage life's storms.
And Explo, from culinary arts to veterinary science, Explo's summer program helps middle schoolers to find their spark. Day and overnight options at explo.org/summer. Priority deadline February 13th.
Welcome back to BPR. Marjorie Egan, Jim Browder, live from the library, streaming at youtube.com/GBH News. Ask the Mayor with Boston Mayor Michelle Wu, an hour of her at the library on February 10th. And starting Monday, this is our last second half hour of the third hour, Marjorie.
That's right, Jim. I'm kind of getting weepy.
I think we're overly dramatizing this. Starting Monday, we are 11 to 1. 1 o'clock is Edgar B. Herwick III with the Curiosity Desk, and 2 o'clock, as it has been for quite a while, the Wonderful Culture Show with our buddy Jared Bowen and company. We're gearing up for a potential 1-2 punch here with last week's storm dumping more than 20 inches in most parts of the state, and a bombogenesis, whatever that is.
Bombogenesis.
I just said that.
It's a bombogenesis.
Headed way this way. Not expected to get as much snow this time unless you're in the southeast or the Cape or something. But storm's a storm. With the wind chills today, Marjorie, the feels like temperature is something like negative 400 degrees or something incredibly cold. It's that special time of year when people suffer with an occasionally broken T, even though it's much better than it used to be. Snowbanks the size of Greenland, and Boston's community-driven solution to parking, space savers. one of my favorite moments. Here is former Boston Police Commissioner Bill Evans. He was with us on Marathon Monday in 2022, talking about a uniquely Bostonian habit on his early morning runs. He runs like 4 or 5 o'clock in the morning. The first voice you'll hear, obviously, would be me, and then Commissioner Evans. Then when he went out in the early morning running around, he would look around, and if no one was watching, he would throw space sabers onto the sidewalk. Is that in South Boston? Is that correct, Commissioner?
Yeah, I still do it, Jim, and now that I'm not commissioner, I can even do it more because I don't have to be embarrassed as much. But.
We loved Evans in part because of his incredible honesty. It's an end of January winter weather check-in. Marjorie's worried about ice dams and icicles again. I refuse to wear a jacket warmer than a leather jacket because that's giving in, Marjorie. It's all on the table. Really. How are
Jim,
you? Am I
doing
done?
A Marlon Brando imitation.
A lot of people have said that to me today. It's funny you should say that. Yeah. Thank you. How are you weathering the weather? Do you love space lasers? How's your EV's range these days? And so do you love it, which Marjorie does, which I do not understand. She likes the cold
snow.
And the snow. I hate the cold. I hate the snow. I hate the ice. Where do you fall? 877, where do you fall is exactly the right question, Jim. 877-301-8970. Now, why? Tell me again. Why you look at this snow? It is black. There is pee on it.
It's better when it first falls.
Yeah, but
before
it stays
gets dark
when it's cold.
Because the kids, they can get to go sledding. The kids haven't been able to go sledding in
it's horrible.
2 or 3 years, and
shouldn't be allowed to sled without helmets.
Parents
by the way.
hate. Oh God, here he goes with the helmets.
Yep.
You gotta have the helmets to go sledding.
You should.
But you don't like it as a parent because you're freezing at the top of the hill, and then oftentimes you have to carry the kid up from the bottom of the hill. But the kids absolutely love it. Oh, there's a picture of Marlon Brando.
Put that picture up and tell me people haven't confused me for this guy.
It's a strong resemblance, I would say, between Jim Brady and Marlon Brando.
Well, you'll see in a second. Let people judge for themselves.
Okay.
Go
So
ahead.
that's why I like it. It's beautiful. It's very silent. It's very quiet. You can be cozy in your house eating soup. You
run the water in your faucets at night when you go to bed?
Do.
How do you feel about that?
I think if that's going to help the pipes from freezing, it's a good idea.
I got my Eversource.
And I open the cupboards. You open the cupboards,
I got my Eversource heat bill this morning at work. You know how much it was? $692 for the gas. $692.
Well, you got to turn the heat down, Jim.
Okay, fine.
Why don't you wear your leather jacket
I'm not Jimmy
like
Carter.
Marlon Brando around the house?
Thank you. I appreciate that. 877-301-8970.
What temperature do you have your house at?
What temperature I have my house at? 52.
52.
Always keep it at 52.
Yeah.
In the spirit of... No, I mean, I put it at night, I put it down to 62. And when I'm home, it's like 68 or 69.
I think you maybe put it at 65, you'd be in better shape.
You live in 65-degree house.
I warm up.
So.
This is what I've done this year. This is a great
What have you done this year?
I mean, lots of people have probably already done this. But in places where you really don't want to be cold, like the shower, when you're taking a shower in the bathroom.
You turn on the hot water?
No, I have a little electric heater. Yeah. Plug it right in at the beginning of the shower so that while you're in the shower, it's heating up the bathroom. You come out and you're not freezing. It's sort of one of those nice changes that is made a big difference in my.
How many losers do you think are going to call us in the next few minutes saying, "Oh, I love the seasons. I love when the high is 16 degrees and the low is going to be. I think the low is supposed to be -4 tonight. What is the? In all seriousness, what is the joy?
They have a very waxing romantic piece in the Globe. Kelly Horan.
Can I tell you? I don't mean to disparage her. Ridiculous.
No,
Can you read
she says,
read from the first few paragraphs?
What is it about the morning air after a snowstorm clears?
Exactly.
The cold catches in my throat, startling from it a little cough. Recovered, I inhale deeply. Imagine ornate ice crystals floating like feathers to the depths of my lungs. It's a nourishing breath.
I'm sure she's a very nice person.
She's into it. I mean, she's into it. She's written.
How many people in the audience like
poem.
the cold that we're currently experiencing? Raise your hand. Oh my goodness, nobody. What a shock. Not one person in the whole audience.
You know, when I was a kid, my first full-time newspaper job, it was my first full-time one.
Whatever.
Where newspaper reporters are stringers for a while, where they just get paid by the story. And I went to Burlington, Vermont. This is before climate change. This is when Burlington, Vermont, which is 45 minutes from the Canadian border, was really freezing. And I remember I used to walk from my apartment down to the office, and the wind coming off Lake Champlain. I remember one day I got to the office, and the water in my eyes was turning into ice because it was so cold.
That's fun.
To walk
That's really
to
great.
work.
You know what I
in the
really
morning.
love?
You get used to it, though, Jim. You get used to it. We had a crisis here among one of our staff members.
What was that?
Well, you got to remember the electric vehicle. What do you have to do?
What do you have to do?
You have to keep the battery charged.
Oh, because the charge diminishes, to say the least, when it's really cold.
That's right. You got to keep it going. You got to keep it up.
Let me just say, let's get to calls. 877-301-80. Well, I am going to say it. I cannot tell you how many emails I have in my GBH. I don't know if people are this stupid or they're just trying to bait me. You'd love these too.
The ice dam
Whatever happened to global warming, Jim?
Oh,
I mean, can you explain that to people, please?
It's extremes in weather.
God.
Global warming is a misnomer. Climate change, it's extremes, going from unbelievable heat to unbelievable cold. We are now, you may have noticed last winter was pretty warm. Well, so far this winter has not been very warm.
Can I answer one question? We're getting a lot of texts on this, so just answer it, and we're not going to answer it again. This is one time, an anonymous texter. I've asked several times, with one less hour on the air, which will start Monday, will you finally fire Jamie? And the answer is, it's our business. Tune in on Monday, and we'll take it from there.
I'm so excited to finally have Jim get extra time in his day to call Harriet Heinemann, his beloved shot putter.
Kristen.
I believe he has her number.
He may. Kristen, to tell Marjorie anything is like to have it on the front page of the Globe.
Oh, here's a very frequent listener, Jim, that knows a lot about you and your weird habits.
Let's do this then.
Jim, it's so cold. I am eating the liverwurst tube like a push-pop frozen treat instead of a squeezable yogurt.
Yeah.
Jim likes to eat liverwurst squeezed from the tube.
And your point is what about that?
Well, just that he knows you well, Jim.
Okay, let's go to Kristen in Shrewsbury.
What do you think, Kristen?
Hey there.
Well, I hate to do this to you, Jim, but suck it up.
What do you,
suck it up.
What do you mean? Why? Why do you say that, Kristen?
Well, because we live in a place that gets cold.
That's right.
That's a good point.
You just have to roll with it. It's part of the joy of living in New England.
How is this part of the joy living? I love living in New England most of the time. How is this part of the joy? Explain that to me, Kristen, then maybe I will suck it up.
Well, how long have you lived here? You know this is going to happen. If you don't like the cold, move somewhere that is a little warmer.
Well, you're right about the clothes, Kristen. I mean, we've just watched all these people out in Minnesota and Minneapolis where it's about,
they know how to
10
dress.
degrees below zero, 50. They're all out there, and you're running around in this Marlon Brando leather jacket. That could be part of the problem. You need a hat. You need something around your neck.
Did I tell you what I rented for next week? A motorcycle. Did I tell you to complete the look? I wasn't going to tell you, but since you brought it up. Hey, Kristen, thank you for the call. I'll try to suck it up. I'll do my best.
You got to have the right
Can I
clothing.
tell you, even though I am unhappy about the coldness of the thing, the one, it's not an exception, the one mitigating, hold on for a second. I'm sure it's about Harriet, knowing you.
It's not about Harriet.
Go ahead.
It's whether or not Jim's leather jacket looks good with his dickie.
Oh, that's so funny. So many people are laughing at that, like nobody. As I was about to say, the one time I can tolerate brutally cold weather like today is if the sun's out. And even if the sun is not strong enough to warm your body,
sparkling off the snow,
it sort of feels like it's okay. You can deal with it even if there's wind. But with the exception of when it's sunny during the day, how do you feel about nighttime at 4:44, Marjorie, when it's 16 degrees? How do you feel about that?
Yeah, I wish it was lighter later, but we'll be lighter later soon. We are getting texts about global warming. How's global warming doing?
I'm telling you, people are dumb as rocks.
Yeah.
I mean, it's pathetic.
Yeah, you got to get with the program. It's climate change. Not
Jamie just said
warming.
we're going to have to push Jim down the road on his motorcycle. Maybe you will. Keep your job that way, Jamie.
In the car, he said it's so cold he had to wear three dickies today.
See me laughing? Okay, now I'm going to tell you what bombogenesis is. Not because I knew, I looked it up. Bomb cyclone. It's a powerful storm that rapidly intensifies. I just cut and paste this. I don't know what it means. Defined by a rapid drop in central atmospheric pressure. Here's the key. At least 24 millibars in 24 hours. That process is called bombogenesis.
Yeah, the crucial thing is, Jim,
what is it?
That all sounds fine, but very, very strong winds, minor coastal flooding could happen on Sunday. Waves may reach 20 feet offshore, with the coast seeing 3 to 6 foot breakers, and you could have gusts exceeding 50 miles per hour. So it's not like a hurricane, but it's a big deal.
Let's go to Renee and Pepperell. We're talking about the cold and how you're dealing with it and how you feel about it. Hi there, Renee. Welcome.
Yeah, hi. I love winter and I love the snow.
Yeah.
And I feel really bad for us snowless winters, I'll tell you. But
why do you love them all?
My most big.
Go ahead. Just tell me first.
Well,
go ahead.
I love shoveling, actually. It's a good workout.
Oh, wow.
And, yeah, and when I'm done, in fact, I shoveled for 6 hours this last storm.
Oh, and you can go right from that to the ER. That's perfect. Go ahead, Renee.
I go right from that to making a nice soup that I can have at night.
Well, that's pretty good.
Yeah, you got to have soup. Why is
let
it?
her keep waxing poetic.
I want to
She's
know
just
why she
beautiful.
loves soup, though. Just to interrupt this, why is it
Who
soup?
doesn't
I
love
love
soup? I love
in the
soup.
snow. What is that about? Is it hot and liquid?
It just makes you feel warm inside.
Yeah, it does.
It's just perfect.
Okay.
You know?
Did you just
But I
say,
wanna
is it
tell
hot
you
and
a
liquid?
story.
Okay, go ahead, Renee. Tell us the story.
I got to tell you a story.
Yeah,
So
tell us the
every New Year's Eve, I used to have a couple of people over for dinner.
Good.
And one New Year's Eve in the 90s, when we used to get a lot of good snowstorms, my friends came out. They were really adventurous. And unfortunately, as they were leaving that night after midnight, one of the branches on my tree fell on my guest.
Oh.
That was unbelievable.
What a story.
The poor woman. Yep.
What?
Yep.
Wait, it fell on her? Wait, it fell on her?
It fell on her, and it broke her ribs.
Oh, God, I thought you said it fell on the deck.
That's what I
Renee,
thought.
that's
That is
terrible.
horrible story there.
It's a crazy story. I know. But other than that, I love winter.
Well, apparently you do.
Okay,
Renee,
stay
thank
away
you.
from the trees.
Excellent story. Excellent
Yeah, you got to
call.
watch out for the tree
Thank
branches.
You. Did you see on?
Way,
well, you're not
way
on,
down in ice.
You're not
in the south.
on TikTok like I unfortunately am.
Yeah.
Do you see these exploding trees? And I haven't had time to do even Google them to see if they're made up or not. That the weather gets so cold that you're a science person, Anna. Could trees explode or not? Yes.
Yeah, sounds like AI, Jim.
Well,
I did see
that's
the
really
tree
sad.
that was in 4 pieces, like a shamrock. That
That was the one outside Renee's house.
And this was real. It was a. I don't know what kind of tree, but it was in 4 evenly.
How do you know it was real?
Because it was in the news.
Oh.
I mean, I don't think they're doing AI yet, anyway, on the regular news. Okay, 877-301-8970. How do you feel about this? Is the real thing that's very contentious in Boston.
What's
is
that?
the people saving the space savers. You know, if you
How do you feel? That's a good question. How do you feel about it?
Well, the rule is you can only save them for 48 hours. But, you know, I live right on the Boston line,
I know you do.
and a lot of people that are in Brighton and Austin, they just leave their cars there. They don't even shovel them out because but if you spent like 6 hours shoveling out your car and somebody then took your space.
Okay, so how long should you be able to claim your
I think
space?
48 hours is reasonable. By the third day, you're long enough spaced from the ordeal of the endless shoveling it out. But yeah, it's really kind of nasty for somebody to take your space. So I get it.
Well, what if everybody? I think I lean in that direction. Not that I've shoved it out of space anytime recently, but you shovel it out. You claim the space with a chair or a toilet bowl or whatever you put in it. What is the other person supposed to do?
Shovel out their
when
own
there's not
car.
enough?
They're supposed to shovel out their own car.
Okay.
They're not shoveling their own
My
car.
street,
They're
you
stealing.
can only park on one side now
Yep.
because of the snowstorm. What am I supposed to do? Thank you.
don't
Other
know.
than have Jamie drive me home.
I don't know, Jim. I think it's a snow emergency. That's why I can only park on one
I
side of the
understand
street.
that. So what am I supposed to do?
My favorite thing is the toilet seats. You wonder, where do people have
How about
this
toilet
extra
bowls?
supply of toilet seats in the basement they just whip
There are
out when there's a
toilet
storm?
bowls on Amory Street, Amory in Cambridge. There are toilet bowl, meaning
Really?
the toilet, not the seat part. The toilet
So that's
is
my
in a
question.
space on Amory
Do they
Street.
save them in the basement and then just whip them out when the snow
Yes,
comes?
they do.
Is that
They
what
do.
happens? How
Thank you.
heavy are
Not
they?
that kind of whip them out.
Do
Thank
you know how heavy they are? They're pretty heavy, aren't
They're
they?
heavy is what they are.
Aaron in Jamaica Plain. What do you think, Aaron?
Hello, Aaron.
Hey guys, yeah, JP is pretty big on their space savers. I reluctantly removed mine today.
It's tough. It's tough to remove
And why?
it.
Is it an act of morality, or why did you decide to give it up?
Yeah, I'm kind of a rule follower, but I will
That's
have to
good.
say that
That's good.
I live in the Woodbourne neighborhood in Jamaica Plain, and it is absolutely wonderful how people help each other here with snow blowers and clearing out folks who are elderly, their spaces. So we don't have too much of a, back and forth with it. Kind of respectful about it. But
So what was your
the other
saver?
thing I wanted to.
What's your saver?
My saver was just a plain old orange cone.
Oh, okay. Very basic.
Yeah, pretty basic.
Okay, that's good.
But
go ahead.
I also love the snow, and I feel like I am privileged because I am able to go skiing and afford it. But I know a lot of people aren't. So with that said, There are opportunities in the city to enjoy the snow. Marjorie, you live in Brookline. The Lynch Golf Course just started a cross-country and snowshoeing program just last year, and they didn't really have any snow, but I work in Chestnut Hill, and I've been driving by, and people are really taking advantage of it.
Is that the public course you said? The one
it is the public course.
Great.
And they invested in rentals, so you don't need your own equipment.
Oh, cool.
They did a bunch of tracks around the golf course from beginner to expert. So, instead of complaining about how cold it is and how we live in New England, maybe give it a try, something that you've never done before.
Obviously, you're on Marjorie's side, which is fine. It was a beautiful phone call. Before you go, as a self-described rule follower, let me ask you a question in the abstract, a hypothetical. How do you feel about somebody with whom you agree on this issue who drives in a bus lane? And does not drive a bus.
Only when there's no bus there.
Excuse me, am I
talking
talking to her?
Every time I want to do it, actually.
Yeah.
Okay.
It's hard.
But,
it's hard to fight that temptation to slip into the bus lane.
I can't do it, Marjorie. I just can't drive in the bus lane.
That's good. That's
only
good.
certain places for bikes and buses.
Erin, you're great. That was great.
Do.
That was fabulous. Erin, thanks for calling. Here's Paul from Fort Lauderdale.
Yep.
Thank goodness somebody is relating to this. Looking forward to less time with Jim. He says, thank you for that. Jim and Marlon Brando have a lot in common. Marlon was also a member of the Sausage of the Month Club, which is actually that's really moving. I didn't know
we
that.
have a whole bunch of Marlon Brando texts. One is, hey, Jim, Marlon Brando wouldn't complain about the cold.
Yep.
I could really picture Jim on a motorcycle,
here we go.
but he would be in the side. He would be in the sidecar with Harriet driving.
Okay, fine. Now, who did the research on the exploding tree? Hannah, our science
Yes, thank you,
colleague.
Hannah.
Here's what she came up with, and she knows what she's talking about. When temperatures drop suddenly, trees may not have fully acclimatized. Is that how you say? Yeah, acclimatized. Thank you. The outer layer of wood may still contain water, Marjorie, which freezes and expands, putting pressure on the structure of the tree. In severe cold, this is on italics, so it must matter. In severe cold, the tree may give way, Marjorie, sometimes with an explosive sound, producing deep vertical gaps known as frost
that's kind of
cracks.
sad.
Well, how much would you, that is sad, but how much would you like to actually, Catherine O'Hara from Schitt's Creek and Best in Show died.
Well, that's too bad.
Oh, that's horrible.
Wasn't she in Home Alone, too?
Yeah, Home Alone.
Yeah.
Yeah, whatever. I mean, I don't mean whatever she died, whatever Home Alone, but that's horrible. She's
Okay, here's a texter who says, I love winter. This one has been great for me. Hygge. How do you say that, Jim? Hygge. That means kind of cuddling up.
Cuddling up.
Cocoa, wood stove, the bugs are dead, and shoveling is better than lawn mowing. So there's somebody who loves it.
Okay, 877-301-8970 is the number. Which of these people are we talking to next?
No mosquitoes. That's a very good point.
That's it. Well, it doesn't have to be 16 or minus 4 degrees to have no mosquitoes.
Yep.
You know what I mean? By the way, I don't mind. I want to be clear here so I'm not seen as a tonal whiner. I am okay with a normal, 2 feet of snow winter, which lasts this is going to be with us for weeks and weeks.
It's
you know
good.
that?
More sledding
Do you
for the
care
kids.
about that?
More sledding for the kids.
When are you going sledding? And when are you going to that golf course you could do snowshoeing?
Well, I might not snowshoe, but I might try the cross-country skis.
What are the
odds?
odds?
Very good
what
exercise.
are the odds of that, would you say?
They're low.
They're
but,
low.
I might think about it. Mostly I like to look out the window and see it or go for a walk kind of thing. Nicole in West Roxbury, thank you for calling.
Hi.
Hi, guys. I just wanted to comment on the saving of spaces.
Please.
I'm torn because I totally get it. I've had to shovel for myself and all that too, but I'm also a dog walker in the city, and I have to go around and do a lot of pickups, and it is nearly impossible for me to find a quick spot to pull into, to run in and grab the dog and then run back out because there's chairs and garbage cans and all kinds of stuff blocking off all the spots.
That's true.
So what do you say to that? Respond to
No,
her.
I think that's a very good point, Nicole. But I can understand it. The selfish instinct because you spend all that time shoveling. You know what I mean? I mean, how would you feel if you're spending 4 hours shoveling and then half an hour after you get out of the place somebody steals your spot?
If I were to do that, you know what I would do? My attitude would be as long as it's my neighbor. And I'd be perfectly fine with it.
Yeah,
as you know,
but West Roxbury, at least West Roxbury, they've got a lot of houses with driveways. I mean, that's a big good thing to have driveways.
Yes.
at Jamaica Plain, you're kind of out of luck. You're all on top of each other. And Austin and Brighton, you're all on top of each other. But Nicole, it is a point, and I feel for you. I feel for you and the dog, because some dogs do not do well in the snow.
Okay, can I read
8773,
an
yes.
anonymous text,
Yep.
which again is fairly libelous? Jim, you complain just as much in July during a heat wave. Is it hot in here? Can someone get the damn AC on here in the BPL? I'm melting. I assume they're pretending that it's me. And now Jamie, who obviously
there's a lot
is
of
upset
complaining
about what
that
I
goes
said
on
before,
in general, I would say.
Jamie said, I can vouch for this. I need that fan. Can I get that little fan? Can you talk to David Leonard? David is the president of the library. Can you talk to David Leonard about the temperature? It's like a sauna in here. I said
That's
that?
right.
I don't think so. They have a little, by the way, there's a little fan that goes right at your crotch, right up beneath the thing, and totally cools you off.
Just a day,
Top
were you
to
not
bottom.
demanding an electric heater because you thought it was too cold in here? Didn't you
It was
complain?
freezing
It was
the other
freezing.
day. It was freezing. It's not today. It was
just complain.
What am I supposed to not be honest? That's not complaining.
No, I mean, you know.
Marjorie, I have the courage to speak truth. You should try it. You should.
The 100th
really
time
try it.
you've
What?
complained about the heat or the cold. You know, okay, all right, we got it.
No, what I usually say,
yes.
which is a problem sometimes in
Yep.
summer, even though we love this studio,
Uh-huh.
what I do say is it's airless in here.
It's airless.
Some days it is airless
Okay.
in here.
Yeah.
Not today.
Not.
Jim Browdy, Jamie wrote, speaking truth to the powerless. Thank you very much. Thank you, Jamie, for your support. That's quite moving.
Alexis from Rosendale. How are things in Rosendale?
Hi, Alexis. How are you?
Good. I'm a little embarrassed that my first call to you is about space savers.
It's okay.
But I called to say that there are a lot of them on my street in Roslindale.
Yep.
And I have 3 couples coming for dinner tomorrow night, and I have no idea where they're going to park. And it turns out the woman answering your call lives on my street.
Zoe.
And is
So
now
that's Zoe.
moved
Wait,
to
keep
space
going. No, I talked over you. That would be Zoe. What happened with Zoe? Go ahead.
Yeah.
Go ahead, Alexis.
So I tell her I live in Rosendale. I tell her I understand people, shovel and they want to keep their space, but I have no idea where my friends are going to park.
Sure.
And she says, what street do you live on?
Good.
And I tell her the street. I'm not going to say it on the radio.
No, please don't.
And it turns out she lives on the same block.
And what else did you learn?
Yes. And she has a space saver, and now she's embarrassed, and she's going to take it away. So at least one couple can park there.
Alexis, that is the most productive call to our show, like in history. Do you know that?
That was a very
She's
good
getting
one.
a space saver removed because she happened.
Excellent.
That was excellent. Alexis,
Well,
thank you.
You know, there have been a lot of stories. I covered some at the Herald, when people would remove space savers in South Boston.
And get murdered.
It was not a pretty picture. Well, I don't said they got murdered, but the people.
Cars keyed.
Tires
People have
slashed.
gotten
That was the
beaten
big
up.
one. Tires slashed.
Thank you. That's
Yeah,
exactly what
that was
happened.
it. So I think you always have to be prepared for the worst if you're going to steal somebody's space, move a space saver, and drive in there. If you're the chief of police like Bill Evans,
He wasn't the chief of police. Oh, he did it when he was chief of police.
Chief of police.
Too. He just hit it when he was the
if
chief of
somebody,
police. Yeah.
slashes his tires, they might have something to answer for.
This is interesting. I had this experience too. An
Mm-hmm.
anonymous texter said it was so cold overnight last night, my liverwurst froze solid into a liver coal.
No, a liver sickle.
A liver sickle.
A liver
Thank you.
sickle,
Sorry,
like a
I blew that.
popsicle. It's a liver
Sorry.
sickle.
Glad you were here for that.
Okay, can we
enough
squeeze
of
one
this.
more? Or are we done?
Well, okay, Kelly, you have 20 seconds.
Yeah, we can have a short one. Kelly, thank
Go
you
ahead,
for
Kelly.
calling.
Go ahead.
Oh, hey guys. Yeah, good to talk to you.
You
yeah,
too.
I can't stand winter.
Excellent.
Scraping the windshield, digging
Horrible.
out the car,
Good.
the cold, the added expense of heating.
Yeah.
But the one saving grace
What is
is
it?
that 70-degree day in April or May, and you're like, you appreciate it so much.
That's
more.
right.
Can I tell you,
Get
Kelly?
your face up to the sun, and
I'm
pure
with
heaven.
you. I'm totally with you. I mean, that's the only thing that gets me through. Thank you for ending our conversation on that note. Now, you are a big-time complainer, as we know. Jared, no, he doesn't do it on the
No,
air.
he's got
but
nothing on you,
we know him
Jim.
personally.
Nothing on
no,
you.
he can really complain with the best of them.
No, that's not even true.
Excuse me, I'm not done my introduction.
Jim
The
is
question.
legendary. There's
So
a plaque on the wall
how do
in
you
the
feel,
studio.
How do you feel about this endless cold snap? We're going to have Bomba Genesis, whatever that is, on Sunday. and something else. What do you think about that? Go ahead.
My blood stopped working about 4 days ago.
Exactly.
It's just this turgid mass within my body now. It's
Do you hate
awful.
this, I hope? You're
I
a New
hate it.
Englander.
I bought a house in Hawaii on my way here. I can't take this anymore.
But you're a runner. Do you run in this freezing cold?
I do run in the freezing. I have a cutoff. My cutoff is 5. I don't run below 5. Yeah, but then it starts to tear your face.
Don't run tonight then. It's going to be
It hurts your lungs.
I know.
He's going to be out there in 5 degrees.
Can I ask you a question? It is, from what I read before the show started, this 3 to 6 inches in Boston is not happening on Sunday. Is that correct?
No, coding to 1. That's what they're saying.
Oh, that's fabulous.
Yeah, it's going to hit the Cape, I think.
Yeah, Cape and Islands, sorry.
Are you doing any complaining on your show today, or what are you doing?
I don't complain. I'm complaining about your complaining about my complaining right now. But other than that, I don't complain.
We should get an award.
I have gotten awards. Thank you. What?
I should get an award is what I meant.
You should. Look, she is packing. I never noticed that you always pack up just earlier.
Because you're coming in. I don't want to hold you up.
You get an award for preparedness.
That's right.
Oh, you get a FIFA Peace Prize.
I
there are
get
a lot
a
of
FIFA
those
prize.
around.
Thank you very much.
Okay, what's
on the show?
So we're going to be talking about all the protest anthems, literally, that are surfacing now. Bruce Springsteen and the Dropkick Murphys, and the way that protest has just spread across culture, from music to sports now. We'll talk about the Melania documentary, and I think we've all been keeping tabs on tickets sold in the local area.
Are you going, by the way?
No.
And why? You
bought a ticket, right?
I did. Why are you not going?
Well, I will go see it eventually. I just have to figure out how I'm going to see it.
Well, you can watch it. You have Amazon Prime. You can watch it on TV, too.
When does it start?
3 to 4 weeks, they said.
Oh, well, I have to see it before then.
Yeah,
but there's this whole group of people who are buying tickets to other movies and then sneaking into Melania.
That is brilliant.
So it doesn't get...
That is brilliant. Yeah. Oh, I wish I had thought of that. Yeah. In any case, did you tell us what you're doing? I forgot.
Yeah, Melania.
Oh, that's it. Okay.
Some other stuff. So
you done?
We'll talk about that all soon. Yeah.
Okay. Okay, bye.
Hey, Jared, thank you very much.
Jared,
thank you for not complaining, Jared.
2.5 minutes.
We're at the end of our rope
By
here.
the way,
the BPR
in all
staff.
due respect, because I don't like being criticized, this guy complains from dawn till dusk.
We're up to complaint number 575. We just can't take it anymore.
Raise your right hand.
Okay.
Where is he?
He's leaving.
Tell me that's not true. Excuse me.
This is so not true.
Okay, goodbye.
I mean, you seduce me into complaining sometimes.
He does. He tries to get you all riled up.
Right.
Okay. Thank you very much for listening to Boston Public Radio today. If you haven't had enough, you can keep up with us by our podcast 24/7. Our TikTok page at Boston Public Radio Monday for our new 2-hour edition of the show. We'll speak with Michael Curry from the Massachusetts League of Community Health Centers legendary Boston coffee man George Howell, celebrating 50 years in coffee. 2 legal experts on Trump's immigration crackdown. And then we're also going to be, I want to thank the crew. Zoe Matthews, Nicole Garcia, Hannah Loss, our engineer John the Club Parker, our executive producer Jane Bologna. Special thanks to BPL staff Maddie Geyer, Patrick Lally, Angelica Marrero, Juan Jose Cadena, our host of the Newsfeed Cafe, and across the street at the Lenox Hotel. Jared is next. I want to mention there's 2 protests. One of them this afternoon, 3:30, right over here next to the library at Copley Square, 3:30 this afternoon. Then tomorrow, and Boston Common from 11:30 to 1 p.m. If you're upset about what's going on in the United States of America, there's your opportunity. I'm Marjorie Egan.
Jim Browdy.
Thank you so much for tuning in today.
Bye.
Hope you can tune in tomorrow and have a great day.
Thank you all for coming. We appreciate it.
What's trending? What's interesting? What's going on around town? We're talking all things arts and culture on The Culture Show, next on GBH 89.7.
Funding for our programs comes from you.
And Boston Harbor Hotel, celebrating the 37th annual Boston Wine and Food Festival with winemaker-hosted dinners, seminars, and more from January through March. Details at boswineandfoodfestival.com. If you're looking for grit, a little wit, and a whole lot of comfy knits, then you're in luck. Catch new episodes of Miss Scarlet at 8, All Creatures Great and Small at 9, and Bookish at 10. Sunday on GBH2.
You're listening to 89.7 WGBH HD1 Boston. Online at gbhnews.org. GBH News. What matters to you?
Good afternoon. With the latest from the GBH Culture Show news desk, I'm Henry Santoro. If you find yourself on Cape Cod anytime soon, you may want to head to the Cape Cod Museum of Art in Dennis for the new exhibit titled Visual Voice, Freedom to Create. It's an international juried exhibition, and the opening reception is later today at 5:30 and is open to the public. The exhibit, on view through April, celebrates the endless power of artistic expression, highlighting the courage to speak through images, to challenge norms, and to share what words cannot. 318 artists from the United States, the District of Columbia, Canada, Germany, Mexico, Spain, France, Italy, Malaysia, and Kuwait submitted some 551 artworks for this exhibition. Only 74 were selected. And earlier this week, the New Bedford Economic Development Council awarded 23 local organizations and artists grant money for community projects. Play Arcade on Union Street received a Wicked Cool Places grant, which supports projects that create inclusive community spaces. Donta Rellis is a bartender and DJ at Play Arcade. He says Play will use the money to host DJ and drag performances for all ages.
A lot of times you go to drag shows, they are not all ages, usually 21 plus, because it's usually at a bar. So this is really nice for anyone under 21 who's really interested and wants to be part of it, can experience it and enjoy it.
In total, the city gave out $130,000 for art and community projects. Finally, if you'd like to see a dance performance that is sure to challenge your senses, world-renowned fiber artist Janet Eckelman brings her sculptural netting to the Emerson Cutler Majestic Theater for a performance of Noli Timbre. I spoke with Eckelman earlier this week.
It's avant-garde circus and contemporary dance together, and behind stage there are 4 riggers who make my sculpture a dancer. And they are interacting with one another with magical lighting and music that is live, performed and composed by Jorin.
The performance of Noli Timbre, which is Latin for Be Not Afraid, is on stage through this Sunday. That's this edition of the GBH News Weekly Afternoon Culture Cast. I'm Henry Santoro. Next up, The Culture Show with my friend and yours, Jared Bowen, live at the Boston Public Library.
I'm Jared Bowen. This is The Culture Show. Coming up today, rock legends are cranking up the volume on protest songs. Bruce Springsteen's new song takes aim at immigration crackdowns and ICE, channeling anger, empathy, and American ideals into a rallying cry. Boston punk veterans Dropkick Murphys are taking aim at immigration enforcement with their new protest track, Citizen ICE. And Neil Young is making a geopolitical gesture through music, offering the people of Greenland free access to his entire catalog as an act of solidarity amid rising global tensions. Plus, for whom the New York Stock Exchange bell tolls? How about for a $75 million documentary with almost no audience? The Melania film rang the opening bell, hit the Vegas Sphere, and rolled out a Kennedy Center premiere. But some screenings have sold 0 tickets, and one London showing sold just 1. It's getting more laughs on late night than lines at the box office. We'll dig into what this multi-million-dollar flop means for the First Lady's brand. And grim news on the museum front. The Museum of Fine Arts announced it's laying off. It's a reminder that even Boston's biggest cultural institutions are feeling the economic pressure. That and more right now on our Arts and Culture Week in Review.
The Culture Show is made possible in part by a generous contribution from the Fiducia Fund, proud to support this station's arts and culture programming.
Welcome to The Culture Show, live from the Boston Public Library and streaming on the GBH News YouTube channel. I'm Jared Bowen.
I'm Lisa Simmons.
And I'm Edgar B. Herwick III.
So sadly, we're starting the show with some very, very sad breaking news. Catherine O'Hara, the Emmy and Golden Globe winning actress who starred in films including Home Alone, Beetlejuice, and numerous collaborations with Christopher Guest, has passed away at age 71. Reports indicate she died today at her home in Los Angeles after a brief illness. More recently, the comedian established an entirely new legion of fans as the unforgettable Moira Rose in the television series Schitt's Creek. Here's a selection of her sublime Schitt's Creek stylings.
We will end up on our feet in no time.
Of course, by then our feet will be shoeless and filthy and mangled from walking on cigarette butts and broken beer bottles.
Rub my back.
What? No.
I rubbed your back many a night when you were little.
Yeah, in exchange for half my allowance.
Fine. You may select one silver piece from my accessory case. I shall bathe. And if I bang my head and slip beneath the surface, so be it, Mr. Rose. I brought vodka as a house gift. I don't see it. So, Jocelyn, you were saying that you teach high school? Or you want to finish high school? I'm not sure. I couldn't hear over your husband's chewing.
She was just so beyond extraordinary, to overstate the obvious. And this goes all the way back to the 1980s when she won an Emmy for Outstanding Writer for SCTV, then again for Schitt's Creek. Just last year, she had 2 Emmy nominations, not to mention Golden Globe nominations for the studio, the Apple TV comedy, and The Last of Us. And she just morphed, as we saw, from one character to the next to the next. She could play it fairly straight, as we saw in Home Alone, as this despairing mom. And then, of course, what she did with Schitt's Creek and Moira Rose. And I'll just share that very early on in that show's history, they came to the Orpheum Theater. They went out on tour with the entire cast. And she was so incredibly funny, as her SCTV days would suggest, just being on her feet, talking us through how she developed the accent, which she then, as she was talking about the accent, and talking about babies instead of the baby, she couldn't get back into her normal voice. I mean, she was just so, that word I used deliberately, sublime in her comedy.
She was amazing, and the funny thing about it is that her first acting gig, I guess, was was portraying the Virgin Mary, and after that, she went to apply for Second City, and they said, "No, you're not good enough," and she was like, "Excuse me," and she came back. She got on Second City. That's where she met Eugene and Dan Aykroyd and all these amazing other Canadian actors. The Studio is like one of my favorite shows right now to watch, and so it's when you hear about that at 71, she was such a gift to television, to film, to comedy. And we don't see a lot of actors like her, her caliber.
So talented. It's you think about her in Schitt's Creek, and I loved SCTV when I was a kid. They would have reruns on late at night, and I would watch it. And her and Eugene Levy were together in that show, right? And then they eventually come back together to do Schitt's Creek together. But I feel like, when you that license to be so silly and insane as she is in Schitt's Creek, I think goes back to a trust that is built doing sketch comedy decades prior with somebody like Eugene Levy. That it's like being in a band with somebody, right? When you're in an ensemble like that, and
they
trust
grew up
that they
together,
built together, and they
course.
grew up together, and so you sort of see that side of her. But to your point, Jared, her range was enormous. Can you imagine anybody besides her playing that role in Beetlejuice?
No,
right?
exactly.
And that is so specific and so different than her role in Schitt's Creek. I
think it's such a rare thing that generation after generation after generation can you get fans for new characters. I mean, we often attach ourselves to certain actors for one seminal role that they played, but she continued to develop new, and you can feel, especially in something like The Studio, that ensemble comedy about Hollywood, which I'll have to say, I didn't really love the show. The only reason I kept watching was for Catherine O'Hara. Just
gosh, it's hysterical. It's so true.
Yeah, the essence of her, but she would develop these new generations of fans for different characters.
Well, that's
all
what I
along the
mean.
way.
So she didn't get stuck in the Home Alone role, right? She was actually she went on to do Schitt's Creek and then The Studio and other things I'm sure were coming up.
She had a small role in After Hours, which is like a great, just a fantastic Martin Scorsese movie.
And Heartburn.
I don't want to throw Home Alone away though, because one of the things that she shows in that, but first of all, she has some incredibly funny moments in that movie, not by being silly, but by having perfect timing. But also, I think about like that moment where she's trying to get on the plane and she looks to that woman and she says, "Please, from a mother to a mother," right? She had dramatic skills. Like she could bring the depth as well as all of the zaniness.
No, huge loss.
It's so difficult to absorb after Diane Keaton, too.
Oh, I know.
Two pretty young people still.
And both comedians, both with incredible range, both women. It's a huge loss.
It's really sad. I'm really sad.
Yeah. I know. This all broke just about 15 minutes ago as we were getting ready for the show. It was a gut punch, certainly. Well, we move now to a new song from Bruce Springsteen.
through the winter's ice and cold, down Nicollet Avenue. A city of flame fought fire and ice neath an occupier's boots.
The Boss is back in protest mode, dropping a new track this week titled Streets of Minneapolis, directly aimed at immigration raids and the politics behind them. We'll talk about the Dropkick Murphys in a moment, but let's start with Bruce Springsteen and what he's done. I think this is where and why we talk about the arts, because song, as Bruce Springsteen delivers it and as others deliver them in protest anthems, can give us a picture that maybe reaches us in a way that other forms can, and maybe even other art forms can. And so what we've begun to notice this week is how the protest movement in this country is spreading across sectors, but very noticeably in song here.
I mean, I think of course, it's going to be Bruce Springsteen, Neil Young. We're going to talk about that too, and Dropkick Murphys, and others who are taking their art form and using it for good, and using it to get to their fans, to get outside of their fans, because that is the beauty of music, right? It feels like it's the same thing as the beauty of film, and I talk about independent film this way all the time, that you have the ability to tell those stories through a different way, that it's going to hit other people differently, right? And certainly with music, and protest songs aren't new, and we all know that, but it is, I think, another way to get that message out there, and you're listening to someone like a Bruce Springsteen who's bringing that music to you.
Yeah, and one that can be done with urgency. I find it so strange. I think about Bruce Springsteen in particular in this case, right? And I think about, say, I don't know, pluck a year, 1982, 83. And the image of Bruce Springsteen and the image of somebody like Donald Trump, right? Both in the New York City orbit. Bruce Springsteen sort of growing up in North Jersey, singing songs about people who were down on their luck, the working class, people who just, couldn't get a break.
Yep.
And a champion for that group. And Donald Trump at that time as kind of like this very, real estate mogul, very urbane, fancy New York City fella. And here we are now. You have, the White House saying, we don't want to be focused on random songs with irrelevant opinions and inaccurate information about Bruce Springsteen, and him sort of being cast as, well, he's just a liberal elite doing a song. Meanwhile, like Donald Trump as something of a champion for the working class, it is a completely bizarre role reversal.
Right, exactly. And we know that there's this history between Donald Trump and Bruce Springsteen, and Neil Young is part of that as well, as we're going to talk about. But yeah, there's this history that he's been, a thorn in his side for a long time.
Well, I think the other thing that happens here is that when you have a song like this, in this case, it forces us to sit still for about 3 minutes to listen to somebody's perspective.
Right.
Like acutely listen to somebody's perspective and slow down, and the way that music affects the brain, and we know this, we've talked about this on the show, that it just changes your chemistry. Just in the same way we can hear Amanda Gorman having us slow down for her poem that we recently talked about on the show for Renee Good. This slows us down in a different way, but let's move to the Dropkick Murphys for a second, because they have also jumped into the protest song Mosh Pit, reimagining their 2005 song Citizen CIA as Citizen Ice, which will be included on their forthcoming album, New England Forever. Let's take a listen to their song. I'm not sure you can exactly hear the words there, but some of the words come celebrate dictatorships and bolster the regime while abusing helpless immigrants, a bully's wet dream. Of course, they're taking aim as well. Again, you have more and more people stepping into the fray here and stepping out in a way I think that we haven't necessarily seen, at least in the pop culture sector.
Yeah, I mean, I think that for the Dropkick Murphys, it's sort of like Bruce Springsteen, right? I mean, they have always been sort of like these, for the common man, for always doing social justice music around things and issues that affect themselves and also their listeners. So, I mean, this is something that they've always done, so you'd expect that. But, I mean, I just love the way, and you said this before, Jared, about how artists are using their power, are using their voice, to create these types of protests, this type of protest music for all of us to sort of, as you say, sit down, listen, because you have to listen to these lyrics. You're going to sit down and you're going to listen to the lyrics, and they're going to affect you. They're going to emotionally wash over you, and that's how you're going to be affected.
And
by
they're
it.
not the only ones. Punk outfit, No Effects. They have a song out, Minnesota Nazis. Billy Bragg, who is over in the UK and has also long been sort of a protest singer in the Woody Guthrie mold. You know, he sort of cut his teeth doing protest for like mining strikes and stuff that were going on in England. He's come out with a song. And Jared, I think you sort of raised the point. We're seeing this at a scale we have not yet, and it is very clear to me that what is happening in Minnesota is resonating across our country in a different way than some of the other things that have been happening in recent months have.
And shifting business models, too. So now we move to Neil Young, who is making a geopolitical gesture, offering the people of Greenland free access to his entire catalog as an act of solidarity amid rising political tensions. He looked at what was happening. It seems to be somewhat settled at this point with a framework, as we understand from the president, a framework agreement. We don't exactly. But when Neil Young was looking at this moment where Greenland was put in the crosshairs and they didn't seem to have a lot of autonomy, it seemed for a moment, he opened up, as I said, the entire catalog and all of his documentary work as well for free access to Greenland for a year.
Right. And I mean, I think that says a lot. I mean, he has been known for taking his music off of Spotify, taking it now off of Amazon to make a statement. And, you know, in probably not, you know, it's not supporting him in any way. That's how he's making his money. But I think that the more and more you see artists doing this, the more you are going to listen to what is actually really happening in the world and what am I missing, or, you know, why are they doing this? It actually brings visibility and attention to what is actually going on.
Yeah. And also, I mean, I think about Neil Young, and I think I mentioned when we were talking about Amanda Gorman, I mentioned Ohio, the song that Crosby, Stills, Nash & Young put out in 1970 following Kent State. He was the one who wrote that song, and that was written with urgency and rushed out to the charts because he was like, we want to say this. He you know, his bandmates in that said that him keeping Nixon's name in the lyrics to that song was one of the bravest things that they had ever seen. And he has been, whatever you think of Neil Young, whatever side you're on in terms of what he's doing, he has been consistent through his entire life with this kind of thing, as you pointed out, pulling stuff from Spotify, trying to find ways to make music accessible that is consistent with the message that his music has always been, and I have to respect him for that.
And the music stays with us. To your point about what we heard from him decades ago, you think about Jimi Hendrix and what he did at Woodstock.
Yeah.
These are things that become ingrained in our DNA, and while the news might wash over us and might wash out of us, the songs stay. So I keep thinking back to what we talked about with Taylor Swift over the summer when she endorsed Kamala Harris. And we had the conversation here that she, being this powerhouse who is her own economy, who stops cities wherever she goes, who has a fandom unlike almost anybody else on the planet, what kind of impact is she going to have? Well, it turns out maybe she didn't have the impact that a lot of people thought she would have, and we all speculated about what does it mean when somebody of that caliber endorses a candidate. But this, I think, is a little bit different because if you're not telling people to do something, not that she told people what to do, but she told them what she was doing, but if you give them something to digest, I think that's what helps change the conversation.
I think you're absolutely right. I think the reality is that protest music, it informs us and it changes sort of the way our emotions, right? And you think about like Billie Holiday's Strange Fruit, you think about Bob Dylan's Masters of War, you think about Public Enemy and all these other folks that you remember the Vietnam War because of things that Dylan and Hendrix and Marvin Gaye certainly did. You remember the civil rights movement through like Nina Simone. You remember, 9/11 through Green Day. So there are all of these, amazing artists who, didn't look back, right? They didn't say, I'm afraid. Right now, I feel like that's happening too with Trump's administration, that maybe a lot of people are afraid to step up because of what's going to happen. And here you have these stalwart musicians who were like, we don't care.
Well, and I think also it is a little bit of it is a leading by example in so much as somebody through their action sort of saying, this is the platform I have, this is what I do, right? If you're a songwriter, what you do is you write songs. And so you say, like, in this moment, is there something I can do as a songwriter? I guess the thing I could do is write a song. And you do that, that signals to other people who aren't songwriters, hey, what is the thing you do? And why don't you do that too?
Well, this is where I think this becomes fascinating. We all think it becomes fascinating. This is why we're talking about it this week, because it's not just music legends who are turning up the volume on the Trump administration. The shooting death of Alex Preddy has sent shockwaves far beyond Minneapolis. It resonated from Sundance, where filmmakers and actors used the festival as a platform to denounce ICE, to the sports world. That's where the NBA postponed a Minnesota Timberwolves game because players felt it wasn't right to take the court. And across the country, the reaction has been immediate, emotional, and sprawling, spanning culture, politics, and professional sports in a matter of days. So again, we've talked about this on the show too, in the award shows, people aren't necessarily stepping up as they're accepting awards or as they have this platform, because studios probably told them,
you can't do that. You
can't do this because we have especially we've talked about the conglomeration of media right now,
Right.
and who wants to not be on the bad side of the administration or the president. But here, we're seeing an increasing number of sports figures who are stepping out. Yes, different from actors, and people certainly did that at Sundance. But definitely in the basketball community especially, people are stepping forward and saying, we don't like at all what we're seeing right now.
Right, and they apparently, this isn't something that the NBA Players Union really used to do and step up, but I think they're seeing that their players are completely and totally affected by this. I mean, and not just the Timberwolves, obviously, in Minneapolis, but even Jaylen Brown, even Karl Anthony Towns. I mean, these guys are stepping up, and even the women's NBA are stepping up and saying, using this sports arena as a platform. Again, the opportunity that you have to be in front of so many people that many of us don't have that opportunity to do that. To be able for them to step up and do that is pretty amazing.
Edgar, before we get to you, here's San Antonio Spurs basketball player Victor Wembanyama, his recent remarks against ICE.
Bit of a showman in him, huh? A bit of a showman in him.
Nope,
I think he's been hanging out with
We're playing Catherine O'Hara again, so let's move to, again, Antonio Spurs basketball player Victor Wembanyama.
It's crazy that some people will make it sound like it's acceptable, like the murder of civilians is acceptable. I read the news and sometimes I'm asking very deep questions about my own life. But I'm conscious also that saying everything that's on my mind would have a cost that's too great for me right now. So I'd rather not get into too many details. I know I'm a foreigner. I live in this country. I am concerned for sure.
And to have the moment of silence that they've had for players to speak out, you don't have teams saying, no, you can't speak.
No, quite the opposite. So there's a few things here. One, the NBA Players Union released a statement. That is an enormous thing.
Right.
NBA players can no longer remain silent. Now more than ever, we must defend the right of freedom of speech and stand in solidarity with the people of Minnesota protesting and risking their lives to demand justice. That is no small thing that came out. The other piece is, there was a good piece in the Globe talking about how just the Celtics are dealing with it and how the coach there is dealing with it. And there is this sense that, what he was saying is, all of these players have a platform. These players are suffering in this. Their mental health is suffering in this, as it is for lots of people. And we're not going to tell them what they can and can't do. They have their platforms. They are men. They have their consciences. If they feel like they need to speak out, then they're going to go ahead and speak out. That's also pretty enormous.
Well, that's pretty enormous considering what happened with Kaepernick when he did this and took a knee, and the NFL was not necessarily behind him. So now we're in a totally, 10 years later?
Yeah.
And here we have...
It ended his career.
And it ended his career, and now we're having players' union saying it's okay to do this. You're having people saying it's okay for you to do this in a sports arena. I think that's a huge leap from where we were at that point.
If any, it is in difficult times, there is that you are looking for that sort of little ray of sunshine around the clouds, and the fact that I think you could make the case that if the Kaepernick thing didn't happen the way it did, if the conversation that lasted for so long around that didn't happen, then we wouldn't be where we are right now. And it took time, but change happened slowly, and this is an example of change happening.
Yeah.
Well, it'll be fascinating to watch again. I kept thinking back to that Taylor Swift conversation because I know I was wrong in thinking that she would have a larger impact, but this time it'll be interesting to track culture, and it's changing the course of
I
contemporary
think you're absolutely
politics.
right, Jared, because people are saying keep politics out of my X, Y, and Z, my music, my sports, whatever, but I think we're seeing a change time.
Well, as protesters take to the streets, they're certainly not taking to area theaters today for the release of the film Melania. Advanced ticket sales for the documentary have been so low, it's starting to look like an off-election year. In South Africa, a local film distributor canceled the run entirely. It's a film with a $75 million budget, and it looks like it might be heading for box office Armageddon. If you want a taste of the film, here's a bit from the trailer, again from the new documentary, Melania.
Here we go again.
You can come in. Come on in. Our proudest legacy will be that of peacemaker.
Peacemaker in the fire. Together with like-minded leaders, we have a voice. Everyone wants to know. So here it is. Hi, Mr. President. Congratulations.
Did you watch it?
I did not. Yeah, I will see it on the news.
So this is a documentary that traces the lead up to the most recent inauguration. This by no means is a bellwether, being here in Boston and being here in very blue Massachusetts, but I looked at a couple of AMC theaters this morning, and as of 9 a.m., the AMC Causeway had sold 3 seats for all of today's shows. There were 22 seats sold for all of today's shows at Boston Common. The Paris Hilton documentary that's out sold a lot more, but there's been a lot of conversation around the country about this again, it was about a $40 million film that Amazon paid to distribute, and tens of millions of dollars went to Melania Trump herself, and then another $35 million for marketing. Lisa, with the Roxbury International Film Festival, you know a lot about films and distribution.
There is so much wrong with this, which is, and I just want to say, it's unfortunate, okay? You don't want to see anyone face this public scrutiny, and, I mean, I support and exhibit films. I want those theaters filled. Those theaters filled all the time. But there were so many things that were going against this film, and it's so interesting that they choose now to release it. It really is not. It's tone deaf, right? It's tone deaf, and even the person who made it, and we can talk about that because that's a whole nother issue. But it was a massive spend. It was $75 million. It was 40 to make 35. No one ever spends that money on prints and advertising to
people don't spend $40 million on a documentary.
Either. Right? And so it's just, I just feel like it hit the ground not running, so to speak, like dead on arrival. But I do understand that she wants to get this different image out of who she is, and she has these charities and she has these things. But the problem is the public already has a perception of who she is, and always backing up Donald Trump, and always that she's never really been her own person. And so it's hard to sort of shape that with a documentary when people are like, huh? I haven't really seen you that way before.
Yeah, I'm sort of with you. You don't, listen, audiences to a certain degree also love a flop story sometimes, and this is clearly sort of shaping up as a flop story. But I think you make a point, Lisa. You do have to see it in the context of how it happened. So Amazon bid $40 million for this against. The other highest bid was from Disney, which was reported to be $26 million. So that's not even close. That's a huge amount of money sort of overbid. As you point out, her payday, I think the Wall Street Journal reported that her payday was more than 70% of that $40 million. And Brett Ratner is the filmmaker who has an enormously problematic background.
Huge.
Now, it has to be said, it's problems in terms of sexual allegations with his behavior toward actresses. He's never been brought up on charges on that. He's never been brought to court on that. So there's that. But he had essentially been
iced out of Hollywood.
Taken out of Hollywood.
No pun intended. But
so
no,
he was brought back into the fold to make this. They made a big deal about that. So there's a lot of this. There's a lot of stuff surrounding this that feels like this was not made in good faith.
No.
And I think that is part of what's happening here. Aside from whatever's happening on the screen, I think it's clear that this was not made in good faith.
And workers couldn't opt out of not working on it.
The Amazon employees.
Yes, the Amazon employees could not opt out.
So that's problematic.
That's problematic.
And at the end of the day, to a certain extent, again, it's sort of schadenfreude. It's kind of good fun to be like, only 2 people went to the theater or whatever. But, Variety is projecting this is going to earn between $3 and $5 million in the opening weekend, maybe. Other predictions, $2 million, $5 million. It's not going to do well.
Well, no. And we have had other films that don't do well at the box office.
Of course. But our main point is, you had all of this money that was shoveled toward the administration, made by a friend of the administration, supported by media companies who wanted to support the administration.
It's problematic.
And then when you see this go internationally, I mentioned South Africa, it pulled the film because it didn't appreciate the way the president has been talking about international relations and tariffs, so it pulled the film entirely so that it won't be distributed there. It is opening in other places around the world because ultimately it will be in 3,300 screens worldwide. People have talked about the low number of ticket sales in London, for instance. So I can understand this is the way the world works. This is a way you want to shovel money into an administration for influence, but why release it in theaters? And by the way, the reason we're not talking about the content is because none of us could see it because they didn't make it available, which is so unusual. They didn't make it available for pre-advanced screenings to critics, reporters, anybody else. So that we'll start to know more about it as it plays in theaters as of this morning. But why release it in theaters when you could have just put it on Amazon and didn't have to report your numbers?
Right, exactly. And we know that there's an issue. This is an issue of releasing in theaters. But I do want to say 2 things that I heard on social media. One that my mother brought to my attention. She saw something that said, if they show this on the plane, people are going to get up and walk out.
Well, no wait, but that's an interesting sidebar here because that meme has gone around attributed to Variety. Variety has come out and said, no, we didn't review this, so that's a fake review. There's also, if you go to the Boston Craigslist page, and this seems to be fake to me, there's an ad that says if you attend the Melania documentary, you go for free tickets plus we'll give you $50. And then it says we're at capacity for this promotion. All of this feels fake to me. So we have this little wrinkle amongst everything else that's happening. It's like you guys,
it
is
crazy.
And
the fact that crew are trying to pull their names off the documentary, there's a lot, and it's unfortunate, but it was just it never had a chance.
No. Well, enough of that. Coming up, signed, sealed, and delivered, poet Phillis Wheatley gets her own forever stamp. That and more is next on The Culture Show. Stay with us.
The Culture Show is made possible in part by a generous contribution from the Fiducia Fund, proud to support this station's arts and culture programming.
Composer David Lang's Poor Hymnal celebrates the religion of compassion. I'm Arun Roth. Today on All Things Considered, we'll talk about modern hymns for our times being performed in Symphony Hall tomorrow and up for a Grammy on Sunday. That and all the day's news starting at 4 on GBH 89.7.
Funding for our programs comes from you.
And Subaru of New England. Wherever New England takes you, the all-wheel drive Subaru Outback is designed to keep you moving through every season. Subaru retailer locations at SubaruofNewEngland.com. And Bonsai Bar, hosting pop-up beginner bonsai workshops at breweries across New England. Hands-on classes provide guidance in the basics of bonsai design and care in a group setting. More at bonsaibar.com.
And McLean Middleton. For over 100 years, McLean Middleton has been dedicated to serving its clients and its community, offering guidance through the complexities of today's legal system. With locations in Woburn and Boston, McLean.com.
From your community and across the Commonwealth, GBH News is your home for trusted local news. GBH 89.7, online at gbhnews.org, and on the GBH News YouTube channel.
Welcome back to The Culture Show. I'm Jared Bowen, live from our GBH studio at the Boston Public Library. I'm joined by co-hosts Edgar B. Herwick III and Culture Show contributor Lisa Simmons. She's the artistic and executive director of the Roxbury International Film Festival and program manager at Mass Cultural Council. If you're just tuning in, it's our Arts and Culture Week in Review, which includes grim news at the Museum of Fine Arts. It announced this week it's laying off dozens of employees amid financial strain. It's also a reminder that even Boston's biggest cultural institutions are feeling the squeeze. employees. If you were listening to the show last week at this time, you heard us talking about the Metropolitan Opera in New York, which is conducting layoffs. It's trimming executive salary pay. It reduced the number of performances that we'll have over the next season. And we talked about this last week. I think this is the economy catching up with arts institutions. This is also people still not going back to cultural institutions like the Met, theater, museums in the way they did prior to COVID. So here in this case, we have the Museum of Fine Arts saying that it's cutting it's having a 6.3% reduction, which amounts to about 33 employees, and then eliminating 23 vacant positions. So this is a sizable cut for our local museum.
It's a huge cut. They projected a $13 million deficit. They're also getting rid of those vacant positions. I mean, especially during this time, no one wants to see this, right? No one wants to see these layoffs. But you're exactly right, Jared. I mean, the museums have not made back their money since COVID, right? And shifting behaviors of museum goers. And unfortunately, the MFA is not the only museum, like you said. So we have the Metropolitan Opera, but we also have the Brooklyn Museum, the Guggenheim Museum, the Lucas Museum that hasn't even opened yet already started to lay off people. So I mean, the thing is does it help? Does it hurt the public? Does it hurt? Like, we don't know yet. There's a lot of things that we don't know. We don't know who the layoffs have affected. We don't know the departments that it has affected. But I just want to implore people to, membership is also down. These are places that you can go with your family and really, have a part of this wonderful experience. So, especially on a cold day or something like that. Like, these are the things that these museums need, these organizations, even nonprofit organizations need our support as patrons to really help support them.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, that the number that really struck me is the membership is down 10,000 people from its high. And like that, on the one hand, to your point, you're like, all right, well, maybe there's a silver lining there in that, like, hey, if folks know this, go become a member and like, go attend, and that's something you can do to kind of help bolster it up. At the same time, I think a lot of people are under a lot of financial stress, and that's playing into it too. It's not that people don't want to go to museums, I'm sure. It's not that people don't want to be members at the museum. It's that, it's not working for their pocketbook right now, and I think you're seeing that across such a wide swath of people. That's part of why the membership is down at such a rate.
And what everybody needs to understand is that everything that's affecting us as people here in this country is also affecting nonprofits. So it's harder for them to have traveling shows because they're paying more for insurance. They're paying more for shipping. They're paying more for the construction costs to build exhibitions.
Yes.
They're paying more for payroll. So as the economy is making it harder for a lot of people, it's also making it harder for a lot of nonprofits. You also have to look at I believe it was Churchill who said, don't lose an opportunity to waste a good crisis.
Yeah.
And this is going to be rebuilding. We know this here at GBH because of the loss of federal funding to public media. We're going to have to make a pivot. Now museums are going to have to make a pivot. Does this mean they dive more into their permanent collections and we start to see things that we haven't seen in a long time, and they can do fewer blockbuster shows because they can't get in this art that they have to ship from overseas or pay the insurance for? Everybody's going to have to be thinking a lot differently, and I think that what's an overriding fear here for so many nonprofits is the possibility of losing their nonprofit status, which is something that the administration, the Trump administration, has intimated in the past.
Right. I mean, I think you touched on something really important there, and that is, which we've talked about here before, is sort of like changing your model. Like, let's understand, like, re-engaging. How are we re-engaging the public? How are we thinking about what those exhibitions look like? How are we doing maybe more interactive? How are we working to get more people into the museum? How are we working to court other donors, where a lot of people and have patrons who are older, like what's going on with the younger population? How are they supporting arts and culture in a way that maybe a different population, different demographic used to support them? So it really is, and that's not easy, right? That's not an easy thing.
It's not. But the one hope you have, I mean, Jared, you point out, when you're talking about an institution like the MFA, there are so many assets, there are so many beautiful things there, and obviously it's an art museum. I bet there's some pretty creative people who work there. So you do hope that at least there, under trying circumstances, they can say, all right, let's look at this differently. What can we come up with? And hey, maybe there's a spark of inspiration there moving forward.
All right, well, I have to issue an apology here that we've made it 40 minutes into the show before we're getting to the good news, but we are getting to the good news now because, well, yes, public media has been experiencing its own significant financial crisis over the last year, but the good news is that earlier this week, 3 Bob Ross paintings were auctioned off in Massachusetts, selling for a combined total of more than $1.2 million and breaking an auction record. We had talked about this on the show, that the entity that owns all of Bob Ross's properties, of course, he's the famous painter who taught us how to paint happy little trees and squirrels and clouds. The organization that owns all of his work now has been offering them up for auction to help public media. And yeah, right here in Boston, Bonham Skinner, they had a great auction, and that money is going to fund public television.
I love that trees are having a day.
Hey, I love
trees are having a day.
Thank you, everybody. All right.
You know, who doesn't love Bob Ross? Who, like, maniacs
yeah.
who don't want to be calm, who don't want to be calm and like trees.
Jerks.
I mean, I think that, you know, this is all part of a whole like culture shift too, right, that we're going to talk a little bit about. But you know, I mean, he has this like, and that's the part of him, right, is that we all need right now, is this calming effect and this beloved sort of person with the big hair, and then just sitting there and you can just watch him paint trees.
Yeah.
I think it's amazing. Look at that. I mean, come on.
Gonna beat the devil out of it.
Mine never looks like that, but
I will say this. What I think is awesome is, so, you know, I can't remember the exact number. It's something like 27 paintings or whatever that they earmarked to be auctioned off over the course of a year, right? We had, I think this is the second big auction. I think John Oliver got involved, and he did it like an auction. He did an auction on one or whatever. Point is, the next one I think is April in New York, and then there's a few more throughout the year. I think these are going to keep getting bigger and bigger and bigger. I think the numbers that people are paying for this are going to get higher and higher and higher.
Yep.
And you're going to get to this point toward the end where it's like there's only a couple Bob Ross paintings left. This is my last shot to get one of these.
$100 million.
This is my. I don't love to make predictions, but I predict that the numbers are going to go much higher than this as these auctions
Jared, we need to get ours now.
Exactly. There's even a market within a market, because the one that raised the auction, that surpassed the auction record, was one he actually painted on television. Right. So you're having a piece of television history.
Wow.
Well, staying in the auction house, a long-lost portrait of Scotland's national bard, Robert Burns, has resurfaced after more than 2 centuries. It turned up at a house clearance auction. So Antiques Roadshow didn't ruin everything.
I know.
You could still find stuff in the attic. It had an estimated value of just a few £100s. Turns out it was a long searched for portrait by famed painter Henry Ray Burns. So this is Scotland being very excited that basically the most famous Scot being painted by the most famous artist has surfaced after 200 years. Edgar, I know you're very excited.
I love this. Rabbi Burns. No, I mean, this is just a fantastic story, and they did this really right. So, you know, it was basically spotted at this auction by somebody who knows a bit about art, right? Like an actual, you know, like kind of person in the art world. He was like, I think that might be the long lost painting. So he bought it at auction, and he got it cleaned up, and he was like, yeah, I think it is. And then they got it authenticated. Lo and behold, it was. It ends up in a museum. They unveil it on Burns Night, which is January 25th, for the people in Scotland to be able to see. Everything about that is just an awesome story.
I love the fact that it was found at a house sale. Someone who loves thrift stores and loves going to those things. I mean, I think it is a wonderful story. I think, what was it, in 1803 that it was painted? This is all part of their heritage and their history, and it just adds to his, you know, the visualization of what this man looked like back in that time, right? That period that was like, now it's captured.
To memorialize him.
To memorialize him, and it just sort of like increases his legacy.
And speaking of his legacy, I just want to say, let's not forget, Robert Burns was very famous in the United States of America in the 19th century. We have a statue here in Boston of Burns, and there are Burns statues in cities all over this country. He was a favorite of Abraham Lincoln's, and there are still Burns nights that happen, you know, even in this area on January 25th every year. So, and we sing Auld Lang Syne, which he wrote.
Oh, yes.
Don't forget that. So we all connect.
We all participate.
Spoken by the man who's launching his own radio show about these curiosities and trivia on Monday.
Well, I don't know.
And one last little great history about this. You know who else was fascinated by this was Arthur Conan Doyle, Sherlock. He actually held a seance at one point to try to materialize or manifest where the painting might be and bring it forward. It didn't work for him. So somewhere he is very happy right now that it is back on the walls. And yes, if you go to Scotland, you can see it. Well, back stateside, Phillis Wheatley is getting the ultimate stamp of approval. As of a few hours ago, she is now honored by the U.S. Postal Service for her role as the first author of African descent to publish a book in what would become the United States. Or if you're watching on our GBH News YouTube channel or here at the library, you'll see this stamp, which has been one of the artists involved is Carrie James Marshall. So this comes by very good lineage.
And it's so wonderful. I mean, it's a forever stamp, so it's not doesn't have any amount to it. So it'll always be in circulation.
Always be good.
It is 49th, and it's in the USPS's Black Heritage Series. It has such a cultural significance when we're talking about finding the portrait of Burns. Also, it's sort of like it brings her back into the conversation, right? Not that she was ever lost out of it, but these are the types of things that people will now go back and read about her. Like, I didn't know she was. People didn't know she was from Boston. If people don't, she wasn't enslaved in Boston. If people didn't know that Bostonians had slaves. You know what I mean? I mean, all these things by being able to do this really, raises that visibility. So I think it's such an important thing, that representation and commemoration of her in this way.
Well, and as you point out, Jared, the artist, one of the artists here, Carrie James Marshall, I love this is one of those things that just kind of happens all the time, and it's easy to just sort of not even think about or stuff about new stamps or whatever. But it's like, to me, this is an example of government working really well. It's like they consider who are we going to feature on a stamp, and then they decide, and then they engage an artist who makes a stamp, and you can learn about the artist, you can learn about the person, all on this tiny little thing that you get at the post office. That's a great way to do government. Like, in my estimation, I just love this. Also, fun fact, Carrie James Marshall's father worked for the post office. How cool is that?
I just love the fact. I love the fact that this is a government agency that during this administration is promoting and supporting a Phillis Wheatley stamp.
Yeah.
Well, we all love it. Coming up, Kenneth Sean Carson turns 65. Don't know who he is? I'm guessing you actually do. Stay tuned to find out how. That's next on our Arts and Culture Week in Review. Stay with us.
In the late 1980s, the R&B duo Milli Vanilli had a short-lived and controversial moment in the spotlight. Now, the last surviving member is up for a Grammy on Sunday for an audiobook telling the story from his perspective.
You can see the scars of life, the scars that the music industry leaves on you.
That's next time on The World.
This afternoon at 3, here on GBH News 89.7.
Our programs are made possible thanks to you.
And Explo. From culinary arts to veterinary science, Explo's summer program helps middle schoolers to find their spark. Day and overnight options at explo.org/summer. Priority deadline February 13th. And Babson College, where you can advance your career with an MBA or specialized master's at the school ranked number 2 best college in the United States by the Wall Street Journal 2025. Babson.edu/grad programs. And the Boston Philharmonic Orchestra. Benjamin Zander conducts Mozart's dramatic 20th Piano Concerto with acclaimed pianist Christian Bezuidenhout and Bruckner's majestic 7th Symphony at Symphony Hall February 13th at 8. BostonPhil.org.
I'm Callie Crossley. All too often, a lot of very important news flies under the radar. Learn about the small stories before they become big headlines on my podcast, Under the Radar with Callie Crossley, available wherever you get your podcasts.
I'm Jared Bowen. If you're just tuning in, it's our Arts and Culture Week in Review. I'm joined by co-hosts Edgar B. Herwick III and Culture Show contributor Lisa Simmons. We're going over the latest headlines, which includes climber Alex Honnold. Famous for his daring and dangerous free solo cliff climbing, he took his risk-taking to new heights on Sunday, climbing a near 1,700-foot tall skyscraper in Taipei without a rope or any safety gear, and all streamed live on Netflix. This is something I could never watch.
I thought you were going to say
I'm
never
sorry.
do. I mean, really? You
Oh no, I
scale?
could. I'm going to do it later
I could
today.
totally
Actually,
scale. Yeah, no.
Yeah, no, I could
Watch
never
out,
watch.
Prue.
So we were struck by this for a couple of different reasons. One, that this was happening. Two, that Netflix was broadcasting this. But three, what does it mean that all of these people tune in to see somebody climb a skyscraper who admittedly is a very good climber, but knowing that death could be just a moment
That's
of
why
away.
we
That's
love that.
why.
Yeah, absolutely.
That's why. You know what? This is the thing, right? I mean, and Netflix is like brilliant for doing. And when we're talking about engaging new audience, we're talking about bringing people into your platform or whatever. I mean, this was brilliant. And not only thank Taiwan is like, thank you so much, because now you don't see me as China coming to take me over, but we actually have this vibrant, incredible economy and whatever. So, but I think that people want to feel something.
This
They
is like
want-
Gladiator,
know,
which I
this
can't
is-
say without ever thinking about Elizabeth Taylor.
I know, but
Gladiator.
I can't imagine his mother. I would not want to be his mother. But I mean, I feel like people are looking for something like this. They're looking for somewhere where they can come together in groups of people and witness something and feel something. And it's live. Well, wait a second, but it's live, so that it's not. There's no. Smoke and mirrors behind it.
Yeah.
People are so used to seeing smoke and mirrors behind everything that you see on television, except, of course, for this show, which is all completely perfect.
Yeah.
So,
Yeah.
but I just think that's
No,
what I think.
we're
think
on a
that's
10-second
why.
delay, and so is that show.
I'm sort of question mark on this on a number of things. One, although speaking of, apparently like one of the announcers for this, because there were announcers chattering the whole time, and there were like packages that they rolled in as part of this, right? Because it took like an hour and a half for him to do it. But apparently
You say that like he was slacking or
Yeah,
something.
come on.
Well, because
Come
you know
on,
what?
fella,
I can
let's go,
see
let's go.
he swims in the Charles River.
Yeah, this is
stop
true,
it.
which
He
is
might
far
find.
more dangerous.
Sorry, I derailed
promise,
you.
far more dangerous. No, it's okay. So, but apparently, like one of the commentators was like, they handed her a card like 10 minutes before they started, which is what she was supposed to read if he went off the building, which is crazy. But I will say on this, yeah, people do want to tune in, maybe, but like 6.2 million. I'm not saying that's not a lot, but it's not that much. It was like the third most watched television show on Netflix that week. I mean, that's not huge numbers. Also, I continue to just sort of be amazed as we watch the streaming services slowly reinvent television before our very eyes. I mean, it's, when I say reinvent, I mean just like do the exact same thing. We've already been through this circus. So I think about Evel Knievel in the 70s live on television.
Yes.
David Copperfield making the Statue of Liberty disappear in 1983. All of those Nick Wallenda high wire walks. David Blaine stunts in the 2000s. It's the same thing television has done. It's like Netflix getting into all those vodcasters where they're like, we need somebody to watch something in the daytime because television. I mean, they're just they're making television.
It's the Olympics, the agony of defeat.
Yeah.
People are waiting for it. It's like that live.
I don't know. It's just
right, well,
it's not particularly original.
At some point, it's not going to end well. So
that's
this
true.
Is true. And that's what people want to be there too for the time that it doesn't.
And there's going to
necessarily
be some executive like, finally somebody died.
No,
But
it's
money rolling.
There's going to be all this hand wringing. Oh, I can't believe that this happened. And blah, blah, blah. Well, yeah. Hello.
But if you haven't seen
even Evel Knievel almost died a few times on live television in the 70s.
And I'm sure
all right, we've got to move on because we left the people hanging about who Ken
Oh my God,
is.
Ken.
Oh yes.
Ken.
So we just talked about what's his name? Kenneth
Carson.
Sean Carson.
Kenneth Sean.
Well, that is Barbie's Ken. He's about to turn 65 years old, and it doesn't only mean he has to screen for heart disease and prostate cancer more frequently. It also means he's distinguished enough to reveal his full name again, which is Kenneth Sean Carson. That's right. Mattel decided to unveil his long-form birth certificate to honor his upcoming 65th birthday in March. So Ken has to thank Ryan Gosling for this because he was pretty much sitting on the sofa eating chips until that movie came along and Ken became much more popular.
He was at the beach. I love this. I mean, first of all, he's admitting that he's 65. I think that's huge.
He looks great.
He looks great
He
for 65.
looks really good.
It's pretty amazing.
Yeah.
All right, I have to admit that I went down to this, did this deep dive over Ken and why we're just getting a name now, although his name has been there since 1961. And so finding out that Barbie came out in 59, Ken did not come out till 61 because everyone wanted Barbie to have a boyfriend. Can't be more professionally better than Barbie. So we needed to make a flat Ken where Ken's only thing in life was the beach. And so this was all crafted.
Yeah.
And so after Barbie the movie, you're right, Ken all of a sudden had a thing. It was like Ken became this person who could live and have an identity outside of Barbie. It sort of like flipped the switch. And so I was just really curious in 1959 how women were, looked at as housewives, and they weren't given necessarily the opportunity, and all those dolls that they had were baby dolls and teaching girls to be, mothers or whatever. And here, we have Barbie that comes out, but they didn't want anything to move in the way of her identity and her being a professional person. Well, doll.
So the first Ken, maybe I'm reading this wrong, but it seems like the first Ken doll was released on March 11th, 1961, which means if Ken was also born, he was born fully formed as an adult? That seems a little bit weird. He is a Pisces, which I guess is he's a Pisces. He likes playing guitar on the beach, right? Oh, he is a doll. No, but there's more biographical details.
Yes.
I don't, if you go to the Barbie wiki, he's had, they met in 1961 on the set of a television commercial.
Yes, they did.
They fell in love and they started dating. He broke up with her on Valentine's Day in 2004.
God, then they got back together?
And then they got back together, I guess, in 2011?
Because he couldn't live without her.
I just didn't realize there was so much to it.
I am nodding off right now, listening to the two of you talk about
I never
this.
had a Barbie. So
You never had a Barbie?
You never had a Barbie? Isn't your mother here?
She is,
in
and
the
you
audience?
should ask her.
Where's your mother? Well, she
she
needs
is
to explain to us. There she is. Why did she know Barbie? She just throws her hands up. Nope.
Yeah.
Not apologizing for that. You already gave us a really good line in the show, so we'll allow it.
It wasn't representative of me, I guess. So.
Yeah. Well, anyway.
I'm happy for Ken.
That's the story of Ken.
We're happy for Ken.
Well, we have just about enough time to do a really quick lightning round about our week in preview, which is a roundup of our recommendations for upcoming arts and culture happenings. Do you have yours ready, Lisa?
I have it ready.
Or should we skip ahead? You have yours.
I have mine ready.
What's yours?
Okay, mine is Suffolk University Ford Hall Forum, which is amazing. And if you don't know Ford Hall Forum, please look them up. They're doing a film called Harm in the Water on February 5th at 6 o'clock at the Modern Theater at Suffolk, that is owned by Suffolk University. It is a film that examines the devastating impact of industrial water pollution on black communities along the Mississippi River. The director is going to be there in conversation with one of the people that are in the film, and it combines compelling personal stories and explores how race and public health and environmental policy intersect. So please check that out.
Yeah.
And I know we're moving really fast for this, so before we get to Edgar, I'll point out that these recommendations are always posted on our website and podcast feeds.
Good point. I'm recommending it begins Monday. It lasts till April, but at the Harvard Film Archive, they're doing the complete Stanley Kubrick. So over that course of time, all 13 of his feature films are going to screen, most of them multiple times. Also some of his short documentaries. I love the fact in particular, it begins on Monday with Fear and Desire and Killer's Kiss, which are his first two films, and also The Killing and Paths of Glory coming later in the week. Those are all pre-1960 films, some that Kubrick himself doesn't really even like, but I love the fact that they're screening.
My uncle's in Killer Kiss.
What?
Yeah, sorry.
Nice little
yes,
drop
we screened it at Rock's Film. He is the lead. He is the lead in Killer's Kiss.
All right, mine's going to be 4 words.
Oh.
Some Like It Hot. The musical just came to town. It's all razzle-dazzle, an adaptation of the beloved 1959 film. It's really fun. It's really well done. When it was on Broadway, it was the most award-winning show of that season, so it's just come to the Opera House by way of Broadway in Boston. I saw it on opening night, and it's super fun.
Oh, nice.
Well, that is all for this edition of The Culture Show. Tune in Monday for an express line to catharsis by way of Tea, an MBTA musical where our sometimes train wreck of a transportation system has become fodder for a night of entertainment. Plus, Peggy Fogelman, director of the Isabella Stewart Gardner Museum, joins us to reflect on her 10 years of leadership. Thanks today to the BPL technical and logistics. Bill Francis, Sandra Lopez-Burke, Juan Jose Cadena, Chris Hanks, Pat Lally, and Olivia Corshio. Thanks to the Lennox Hotel, the Newsfeed Cafe, and to everyone who came down here to be with us today. We love seeing you. Listen to Edgar's show at
1 o'clock. Monday at 1 o'clock. We'll have our first guest is Mo Rocca, who you might know. Yeah, we're very excited.
It's a very big premiere. I'm Jared Bowen. Ain't no skyscraper high enough, scale to prove, and have an art-filled weekend.
The Culture Show is made possible in part by a generous contribution from the Fiducia Fund, proud to support this station's arts and culture programming.
Where's Mary? Where is she? Where is she? She's just about to close up the library.
Spend your afternoon with us. Stay with us.